Good morning and welcome everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. We will go ahead and get started. I expect we'll have a couple more members be joining us. I now call to order this work session of the Anchorage Assembly, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA Round 2 Distribution Planning. It is Thursday, July 7, 2022, and we are noticed from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. We will go ahead and start by going around the room so that members can say their name for the record. We'll start with Mr. Perez-Villa.
Cameron Perez-Villa.
We are also joined by member-elect
Daniel Boland. Randy Solt. Felix Rivera.
Pete Peterson.
Forrest Dunbar.
Christopher Constant.
Austin Quinn Davidson.
Suzanne LaBrance. And then on the phone, I believe we have Ms. Allard and Mr. Cross.
Jamie Allard.
Kevin Cross.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else on the phone? And around the table here, we also have
Shelley Routen, Assembly Staff. Claire Ross, Assembly Legislative Liaison.
John Gregoire, Professional Growth Systems. Drew Casey, Professional Growth Systems.
Allie Hartman, Legislative Services. Desiree Camacho, Assembly Budget Analyst.
Thank you and welcome again to everyone. Thank you for being here today. Before we get into the facilitated discussion, a few comments. As Assembly members, we are committed to the economic health and development of our community and have worked hard to deliver federal relief funds to the people and businesses who needed it the most. Over the past 2 years, we distributed a record-breaking $214 million to local businesses, nonprofits, and individuals that help prevent an economic crisis and deliver valuable services to people in need. With this third and final round of $51 million in federal relief funding, the Assembly set the following vision. The Anchorage Assembly recognizes that this one-time funding through the American Recovery Plan Act, ARPA, must be wisely spent to allow it to do as much good in our community as possible. To achieve this goal, the Assembly envisions funding projects which focus on economic resilience, those that will increase our competitiveness as a destination city, and make all parts of our city vibrant and welcoming. Successful proposals should provide long-term investments and be transparent and equitable. The Assembly's ARPA priorities are child and family support, housing, economic development, and a healthy workforce. We are also reviewing project submissions from the mayor. The goal of today's work session is to review our vision and goals and narrow down our previous list to get a short list to turn into an Assembly resolution that we can debate and vote on in the upcoming weeks. If needed, we may have another work session on that AR once the draft is developed. As with previous work sessions, today we face some tough decisions. There were many important projects submitted and we won't be able to fund them all. The staff and consultants have worked hard to develop a process to help Assembly members narrow down the list and develop a proposal that meets our vision. I ask that you put trust in the process so we can get through today's very packed agenda. There will likely be a few more times to have input on this process, but it will help us be more efficient and effective if we have a draft AR to focus our future discussions and decisions on. I want to thank all the Assembly members for the hard work you've put into this project. We've all spent countless hours reviewing projects, listening to community input, and working hard to do as much good as possible for our community. I also want to thank our teammates here, our staff, and the facilitators for all your help in this process. And I want to thank the organizations and the administration for taking the time to submit proposals and answer follow-up questions. You're all doing vital work for our community, and we appreciate what you do. With that, I will hand it over to our facilitators, John Gregoire and Drew Kaysen for Professional Growth Systems.
So we do have a pretty packed agenda today. I think that even looking at just the projects that had at least 2 people sort of put them in their personal draft funding list, we end up with, if we spend 5 minutes on each of those projects, it'd take us 6 hours to get through. And going over projects isn't the only thing that we were asked to sort of bring up with you guys today. As Suzanne mentioned, there was some talk about sort of reviewing some of the goals and what we were hoping to get out of this. So we're going to start with hopefully what's a pretty brief warm-up discussion, get everybody engaged, get your head back in the space of what we're trying to do with this money. And then we're going to turn our attention to those draft lists that we've compiled from all the individual members and go through and try and use the sort of consensus approach to find ones that have a really broad base of support, hopefully build up some momentum, and then very likely we won't make it through the full $52 million in today's meeting, but we'll get close and you'll have a sort of more targeted window to talk about the projects that are on the bubble. So the first discussion question we have for you is, what does transformative mean to you? And so I invite you all to take a minute or two to quietly sit and think to yourselves, and in the context of this ARPA funding, throughout this process, we've heard a variety of folks talking about how they want to be transformative. So what does that mean to you personally?
So we can start practicing. You'll see these little cards in front of you here. We're going to use them later when we're talking about. So when you're ready to share what transformative means to you, just flip your little card forward, and then we'll know. While you're thinking about it, keep it back. So when you're ready to share your couple of minutes, flip that forward. It's good practice.
Assemblyman Constant, looks like you're ready to go. What does transformative mean to you?
So I have, since we started with CARES Act money, I've been operating under the same definition, and that is twofold. Projects that we make investments on now that give returns well into the future is part one. And part two is projects that we spend money on once but spend multiple times. And so what that means specifically is like the beetle kill project. It was a job training program. It was a beautification program. It was a fire safety program. It was a number of things. So we spent that money, or it gets spent once, but it takes multiple domains and makes improvements for the long term.
And when you're done, can you pull your card back so we know you're. Thank you.
So I took that down as projects that give returns long into the future and projects that have multiple value propositions. Assemblyman Peterson.
Thank you, and mine is pretty short. It's projects that make positive changes for the future.
Felix.
Thanks. So my sort of definition of transformative is, will the municipality continue to positively benefit 1 year from now if we fund this project?
I'm going to check if the folks on the phone are ready before we jump to the other people in the room. Start with Jamie.
Thank you. So first, it was hold on a minute. Actually, in the background, I apologize. There, that's probably better. For me, it would mean the input of the actual ARPA funds would impact communities that would substantially continue forward for short-term and long-term goals, and not lingering. Let me see how do I phrase this. I apologize. So I would like the impact of the ARPA funds to be short-term and long-term. So the benefits would happen immediately, but then it would keep giving back to the community throughout the years without having to bring in more ARPA funds for them or any other grants. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yes, thank you. I would say projects that fill a vital need in our community by prioritizing those that may have been neglected or things that have been sidelined for many years, and as well as those that directly offset the cost of inflation, things, primarily when we got with capital projects, things like that, where we know those costs are going to go up exceedingly over the next couple of years, so that we can get a handle on our expenses and things. But that was my idea of transformative. Thank you.
And that was everybody for the phone, right? Yep. Mr. Solti.
Okay, so for me, it's forward-looking, sustainable, synergistic, kind of that long-term view, greater than 10 years, broad-based community impact, and then whatever group it impacts, it's elevating for them.
Mr. Volland.
Yeah, I think when we consider projects that are transformative, we have to consider equity. And so elevating voices of and creating opportunity for historically marginalized communities.
And Cameron.
I won't repeat. Some of them are ones I already have up there, but just a few things. One is leverage. So we can't do this alone. So whatever investments we make need to be matched and supported by others. And so we need to make sure that we're ensuring that the investments we make in order for them to be transformative need to involve other organizations and other funding, that sort of thing. The other one I put down is changing the trajectory of sort of intractable issues. And so many of the big, challenging systemic issues that we have won't be solved with one investment, but we can make those investments in a way that can change their course. And then the last one, certainly the the equity. We need to make sure that we're focusing on those who are most in need. But the last one I would say is sustainable. So we need to make investments that have the opportunity to continue beyond a year, 2 years, so on.
And Chair LaFrance.
Thanks. I had just put down progress towards goals in lasting, impactful way.
You got 2 more people to report out. Oh, awesome. I'm sorry, guys. I was going around the circle after Pete, and I just totally forgot about you.
I don't have anything.
Fair enough. Forrest? Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
I thought it was a raise your hand if you have something to add kind of deal.
Right on. So, next question, very similar exercise. What message do you want to send to Anchorage residents with these funds? And so, same deal, take a minute or two to think about it yourselves, and when you're ready, flip your card over
and we'll go around.
Randy's the brave soul is going to get us started this time.
It's pretty
Did
simple.
a good job last time.
Pretty simple, just that we're responsible. We're spending this money as if it was our own, and yeah, we're good at that.
Thank you. We have been listening to their requests for what they feel that the needs that the city has right now. Thank you.
On the phone, Jamie or Kevin on the phone, do you have anything that you'd like to add? Sorry, I think I asked you both at the same time.
Kevin. Yeah, and just for the record here, and I text in, when you're standing and not have your mic on, it's hard for us if you're watching on YouTube or on the phone, but I would like to reiterate that we have a great responsibility in how we distribute these funds, and that I'd love to see us coming together, putting any political partisanship behind in order to understand this is a great opportunity for us to widely bless our community when invested wisely. And I think we all take that responsibility to heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for the note about the microphone. It's easy to forget because the room is not that large, and it's pretty easy to make yourself heard here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this is a unique opportunity to invest in areas that we wouldn't normally have the opportunity to invest in. And so the consideration is not just the fact that there is an incredible amount of need, which is something that we need to consider, but that this amount of funding in this way is not going to come around again for a long time. And so the investments that we make today need to be thought of as something that is going to significantly impact our community in a systemic way. And so I think that that's really an important message, that we understand the need. At the same time, this investment has to be done in a very long-term thinking way.
Is anybody else still thinking, or are other folks feeling like this is a pretty good list for our message to the community?
Drew, this is Jamie. Can I say something really quick?
Please.
Oh, thank you. So, yeah, just to follow up a little bit, there were a lot of organizations that didn't receive funds from ARPA last time, and I'd like to see the Assembly come together as a body and recognize those organizations, especially the ones that are requesting smaller amounts, where when one organization's received funds and then instead of maybe doing twice, that the smaller organizations that have a less amount, we can disperse throughout, because what it does is it gives everybody an opportunity, an equal opportunity to help the community in their way. And if we can disperse it more greatly, then I believe we can impact our communities and the municipality even more so. Thank you, Drew.
I'm going to go ahead and add to that one thing the community needs to understand is that we've had vastly more requests than we have resources for. You know, we need to communicate that, because it's an impossible situation to make everyone happy. And I'll reiterate that a number of projects didn't get a mark on them because they were smaller and had a limited number of opportunities to prioritize. And so I too want to go back through those smaller projects very carefully and ask ourselves, do we want to prioritize them? Because the way we went through the process before was not functional to achieve parity at the high end and low levels. It really was only benefiting the larger asks.
Anybody else have further additions?
I'm hopeful that part of the message will be that the process will be viewed as having been open, transparent, and deliberative.
Did you have anything else to add, Cameron, or is that just flipped down from the last time? Okay, so the message we want to send the community is that we're responsibly spending this money, like it was our own that we're budgeting for and trying to budget in ways that are responsible for us. That we've been listening and are responsive to the needs that the community has presented to us. That this process has been open, transparent, and deliberative. That the Assembly is coming together to maximize the opportunity that this pot of money presents for our community. That we have, and we recognize we have a unique opportunity to invest in areas we couldn't or wouldn't otherwise. That the investments we're making today will have systemic impacts that will affect Anchorage well into the future. That we're sharing ARPA funds across groups who did not receive resources in prior rounds. And that people understand that we're selecting from a pool of requests, of good requests, that are much larger than we have resources to fund. Reviewing the...
Can I add something?
Please.
I'd like, this is Austin, I'd like people to know, particularly people who maybe aren't used to being part of this process or aren't as connected with the Assembly, that we care about the vulnerable people in our community. And for instance, I see so many applications for funding that are like the diaper pantry or stuff that is so fundamental to what people need to survive, and that I want them to feel that those things are prioritized over more recreational or fun things for people, that we really care about people's basic needs and ability to survive and thrive in this community.
So I took a stab at summarizing that as we care about vulnerable people and we're prioritizing foundational and basic needs over nice to haves. So real briefly, reviewing what we thought about transformative. Transformatives or projects are those that give returns long into the future. They're projects that have multiple value propositions. We're returning a lot of different types of value when we do one thing. Projects that make positive change for the future. Will the municipality be benefiting a year in the future? Projects that with impacts that are both short and long term without requiring sort of additional programmatic funding year to year. Projects that meet vital and or neglected needs and priorities. Projects that help address the impacts of inflation. Projects that are forward-looking, synergistic, and have a broad community impact. Projects that are responsive to interests of equity and help historically marginalized communities. Projects that have significant leverage, that are unlocking significant additional community resources, and that change the trajectory of intractable issues. And projects that are sustainable. Lasting, impactful projects that advance us towards our goals. So nice work, everybody. I think there's a lot of strong sort of core themes that show up throughout those lists. And I think you guys were all sent the list that sort of came up as compiled by each of you putting together your top priority projects. And so, well, we're now going to reveal that list to you. I think that we're ready for it. So I think Shelly's going to be our pilot here, and we'll put it up on the screen. Yes, Austin.
So there might be projects, for me, I just noted some that stood out, but there are other projects that I'm interested in still. So can you talk about what this list means and sort of big picture where we're going from there?
And I want to add to that, I really had a hard time filling out that list again because I felt like it short-circuited the process that we worked on last time. And I filled out the list because there was great pressure to do so. And I have the same caveat that Austin does, that what I put on that list does not match what I hope to see funded. It was the best I could do with what I had in a condition that was less than ideal.
So that's a really just is that Jamie?
For us so that we can see it.
Oh, is it on the? Yeah. It's also on the work session that I just emailed.
So the document's also on the work session that Claire just emailed.
On the work session.
The document is also on the website for work session. It's at community.org/work session, and I did email it just now to Mr. Cross and Ms. Howard.
Thank you. I just don't think the public can see it. I apologize. I'm asking for the general public to be able to view that.
Yeah, it is on the work session homepage, and I printed copies that I distributed to the audience here.
Randy, I was going to answer Austin's question, and then I'll swing back to you. So really good question, Austin. This compiled list had 72 projects that at least 2 assembly members put on their individual lists. Those 72 projects, if you average out what the funding recommendation was between the assembly members who put them on their list, that comes out to a total of 48 million projects, or 48 million in projects. The total list was 112 projects that had at least one person put them on, and that comes out to $72 million. The goal here is not to exhaustively finish. It's to build momentum with a list of projects that have a broad base of assembly support and people are excited about and are not going to cause fights. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the ones that have the most votes. Some of these 6 different assembly people all put them on their individual list. And so we're going to work our way down and try and just ask people to flip their cards over if they have concerns. And if something is controversial, it's going into the discussion bucket. It's just the ones that are non-controversial that everybody feels supportive of. And it doesn't mean that you hate a project, you think it's terrible. You might have a concern that I don't think this is one of the projects that is sort of the best use of this $52 million. That's a perfectly valid concern. So we're going to try and identify how many don't really need to be talked about and which ones do need further discussion. Because I did just some really quick math here, and if we looked at just the ones with 2 votes, those 72 projects, and we didn't get into any of the ones that just had 1, that's still 6 hours to take 5 minutes for each of those 72 projects. And so if we can quickly move through and in 1 or 2 minutes identify this is a project that a lot of assembly people love and nobody has real heartburn over, and that's great. We can put it in, we don't need to spend time talking about that. And that'll then hopefully leave us with more time to get into the weeds more on the areas that sort of need more discussion. And Chris, to be responsive to your comment about the smaller projects, and you think that some of those are sort of have been falling through the cracks, it's certainly the body's prerogative to set aside a portion and say we're only looking to do $50 million in these bigger projects, and we want to save $2 million to fund a larger number of smaller projects. But hopefully we can work through this first part of the process and, again, get some of the big priorities sort of in the safe funded zone, relatively speaking, and narrow down and see how much resources you have left after the ones that have a broad base of agreement that you need to have more in-depth discussions on. Randy, you had okay.
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to jump in real quick and sort of review the process we're using and give a sense of why we're using the process. It's not perfect. A lot of people have ideas about what would be a perfect process, and we did our best to include elements that everyone said to come up with a process that will allow you to discuss a massive amount of stuff in a really short period of time. So the little blue cards in front of you, we're going to go through what we call a lightning round, which is Drew is going to look at the list, and we're going to do it by the ones that have more. So we'll start with the ones that 6 or more people agreed to. He'll name it out. If you have a concern you would like to discuss, or you would like to discuss, the concerns could be something you would like to discuss about the project itself, or you want to discuss the funding level that was recommended. So those are the 2 types of concerns we're recommending. That you either want to have a concern about the project, or you want to discuss the funding level should be higher or lower than the average recommended. That would be, so when we go through the lightning round, if you want to discuss it, you'll flip over your card. If you don't want to discuss it, you keep your card flipped over. And the idea is that you have enough, we are trying to get enough of these that we know that people don't have concerns about, that you have the foundations to start your draft AR. We're not trying to get you through the AR at the end. So does that make sense? And then, so we'll go through a lightning round and say the 6s and the 5s. When we're done that, we'll discuss the ones that had concerns. Then we'll go through the 4s. We'll discuss the ones that had concerns. We'll go through the 3s and so on. And we'll try to get all the way down to the 2s and 1s if we can. But this is not intended to be exhaustive at the end of the process. There's plenty of time to add and adjust. Awesome.
That sounds good. But when you list the project, there are so many of them. Can someone read a 1 to 2 sentence description of what the project is? I think just saying, Girl Scouts of Alaska might not trigger for everyone exactly what it is.
Would Girl Scouts Safe and Healthy Environments for Girls and Families cover it, or we need a?
That's not, I mean, that doesn't describe what the project is. I happen to know what that one is, but I'm just saying that I don't know that everyone knows what every single project does. If others don't think that's helpful, we don't have to do it. I can try to look it up and cross-reference, but.
We can do it over here. Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay.
I think so.
Felix, do you have a question before we get started?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess to Austin's point, if someone could just reference the page number on the larger packet, that way we can all just turn to that page. That would be helpful. And then second is, can someone describe what the average desired funding level, what that column means, and its relation to amount requested and minimum needed?
So when, go ahead.
Yeah, when members provided their list, most of them provided a number at which they wanted it funded. If they did not, we put it in at the amount requested, and that is the average of those members who put it on their list.
Thanks. I wanted to note that there are cards here for Jamie and Kevin, and so they'll cue me and I'll flip their cards.
Wow.
And then also wanted to note that there are members here who, if we were to take action, would have conflict concerning some of the proposals. But since we are not taking action today, it's my understanding that those members can participate in the discussion. So I wanted to note that. And then lastly, Kevin and Jamie also had comments that I'll just summarize in agreement with what you mentioned, Austin, noting that, for example, United Way has 3 items or so on there, and so they would like a little more description as well. Thanks.
So, Shelley and Claire, are you guys ready to get going, or do we want to take 5 before we dive into the list?
Let's do it. I'm waiting months for that stuff.
Start with the 5s and 6s.
Yep.
So we're going to go through each one of them and first just find out whether or not there's something to discuss. So we're not going to stop at each one and discuss. And one thing I do want to reiterate, not that you want to champion it. So don't flip the card over because I want to positively support this right now. This is just to address concerns or not. There will be time when you're passing this and it's actually presented for you to champion it in the moment if that's what you want. But for today, we want to address concerns.
Can I just ask one question? So if we don't raise our hand, then, or flip our card, whatever, it is assumed that we support funding that, but considering what the other things are, and then later reevaluating. So it doesn't mean like, yes, I'm okay at this exact amount, and I'm committing to it forever. Okay.
You're saying I am comfortable with this getting on the draft that we will then deal with in more detail later.
So, can we get a summary of the Girdwood Inc., Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project?
Girdwood Inc. and Little Bears Playhouse are seeking grant funding to address the local workforce and childcare crisis by building a new childcare and learning facility.
Page number.
Page 8.
Thank you.
And so the question is, does anyone have concerns with including in the draft list for the AR just under $1.2 million in funding for the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project?
Yes.
And Suzanne, was that put over from before? So we're just taking a note right now, and then we'll go through the discussion. So it will come out for discussion.
Leave your card flipped long enough for me to count. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Jamie and Chris on that one.
Okay, Cameron?
Oh, and Cameron.
Thank you.
So So could we get a summary of the Landlord Housing Partnership Phase 2?
According to the MOA, there is a goal to add 300 units of supportive housing to accommodate nearly 550 persons currently in shelters. This program has leveraged funding and relationships to stand up a landlord liaison program and builds on the groundwork that has been established already and provides for the next phase of development. Page 13.
Does anyone have concerns with including the Landlord Housing Partnership Phase 2 at a funding level of approximately $450,000?
I'm sorry, I know this isn't what you want, but can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
Particularly in the homelessness, housing, units, services realm, it seems like there are maybe like 20 applications. I didn't count them exactly. And I would really appreciate hearing from partners and experts in homelessness what we need, because it's great to say, oh yeah, we should do this for shelter, or we should do, but is that the desperate need? Do we need single male shelter? Do we, it's just hard to tell from these applications what the analyzed expert opinion-based need is. And so I'm fine with all these making it there, but at some point, particularly for that category, I would like some help picking apart the applications.
All right, thank you for the feedback. That has been noted. So those are the two with 6. Let's get through the 5s here before we loop back and see if any of the concerns can be addressed quickly. So the next one up is the Alaska Literacy Programs Project, job training, digital literacy, and educational classroom safety renovations.
Alaska Literacy Programs classrooms focus on job training, but they also include digital health, family, adult literacy education. Classrooms are in dire need of repairs for safety, compliance, and usability. There are electrical faults, lack of breakaway exit doors, exit lighting, functional hot water heaters. So this is a lot of health and safety upgrades to their current facility. Sorry, page 2.
Boo.
Okay, we're just, Claire, what page did you
Okay, so I see one concern. And do we have any other concerns?
2.
Right on. Next up is from Anchor Ski Club.
Page 4, towards the bottom of the page. To develop a new visitor contact station immediately next to the trailhead, moving an existing but unsuitably located coffee stand to the new facility, and repurpose the vacated structure as a community educational meeting room. And this is at Arctic Valley Trailhead.
Got 4. Cameron, is that left over from last time or is that a new one? Right on.
Pull it back, we'll do the.
Moving right along. Okay, now moving right along. The Dream Big Academy Incorporated and Airport Heights Parent-Teacher Association, Airport Heights Unite, Restoring Family and Neighborhood Engagement in Education.
On page 7, towards the top, this project supports children and families and addresses learning loss in the community surrounding Airport Heights Elementary and Title I school. It expands established programs that encourage engagement among students, educators, families, and neighbors. So it's an engagement in education.
So flip your card over if you have a concern with including this in the draft at a funding level of $35,000. Got 1, 2 so far? Just 1 so far? 2 so far?
No, I have mine. I just pulled it back for the next round.
Cameron, is that from this round or last round?
Okay, we got 4.
Yeah, I'm moving it up.
Thanks, Cameron.
Wow, Cameron has concerns.
All right, we're good.
quick.
Okay, resetting. I will let you know.
And the last of our fives, we have Youth Exploring Adventure at Hilltop Ski Area.
Skip one.
Oh my bad. Girl Scouts of Alaska. I can't forget the Girl Scouts. Got the cookies.
Page 8, this is to introduce girls who are underserved or in need of financial assistance to Girl Scouts programs and activities. The benefits of Girl Scouts crosses all demographics. This grant would allow Girl Scouts of Alaska to provide more memberships and camp scholarships, additional transportation, program supplies, and provide reliable and caring staff.
All right, moving right along. Youth Exploring Adventure, the Hilltop Ski Area.
This is specifically for the conveyor lift. It's page 14. Hilltop needs to replace its aging rope tow system that brings beginners to the top of the learning hill. With a modern, efficient lift conveyor system, the rope tow currently in use is slow, aging, low capacity, and learners struggle with grabbing the moving handle. The learning hill is an integral part of the snow sports school.
If I could jump in real quick and talk about, now we're going to go back and address the concerns of this group. So we're going to go back and start from the beginning. So the one, the United Way of Anchorage, had no concerns, so that will not be discussed. It's intended that you have the information you need to use that. So we'll start with the Girdwood one and work our way down. When we come back to it, if you were one of the folks that had concerns, can you flip your card over so we know who to call on so you can voice your concerns? And then we'll go one at a time. Drew?
Okay, so the least number of concerns was the Alaska Literacy Program. That one just had one card flipped. So whoever had that one, if you want to voice that concern.
Sure. My only concern here is just certainly there's a need here. I'm just concerned about the leveraging of this in terms of other funds that have been contributing to it. And I'm also just looking at it in comparison to other projects and wanting to make sure that it is the highest priority. So I'm in favor of it generally, but I'm wanting to understand if there are other, for instance, if this organization is receiving other funds to support it or not, and what that looks like. So that would be my only concern, and just the general concern of making a decision to fund something without knowing the other funding choices first.
Is there anybody who knows details about that project and would like to speak, not just in general support of the project, but specifically to address Cameron's concerns?
Yeah, thank you, Drew. So I have had conversations with them about their funding sources in the past, but I apologize, I can't remember off the top of my head where their funding comes from. This is a program that primarily is for folks who do not speak English, and they help folks integrate into our community. They are in a very non-ideal, pretty run-down building behind the Denny's off of the bar, and you wouldn't even know it's there, and yet they serve dozens, maybe hundreds of students go through those classrooms. I've been in those classrooms before. And so I think this is tremendous bang for our buck. And I know that they're leveraging other funds because they're operating now, and they have been for years, without union support. So I'm a strong supporter of this. And it's Lori. Oh, Lori's here. Lori, can we call on people who are from the organization? If they're here?
Yeah.
Can Lori answer your question better than me?
Lori, come on up here. Cameron, are you interested about how we're funded in general as an organization?
No, about this particular project, have you been able to bring in other funds to support this particular project?
So what we've been doing is we've been trying to really work hard on getting our building in the best possible shape. And we recently replaced the roof. We brought in $25,000 from Rasmussen Foundation. We took about $20,000 out of our general admin, and we fundraised within the community it's still going on until August, so you're welcome to donate, but we're almost at $20,000 from individual donors in the community.
Thank you. Well, that's great. Thanks for the answer.
Yep.
So Cameron, would you like to remove your concern, or do you want to leave this in the discussion pile rather than putting it into the draft AR pile?
Your process is so funny to me. Sure, I can remove my concern.
Right on. Thank you. Making forward progress here. The next fewest concerns we had from that first set was the Girl Scouts of Alaska project. So we had two people who flipped their cards over on this one. Do one of you guys want to jump in and go first on voicing that concern?
I think we have concerns with the hilltop ski thing too.
That's three.
Who's going to least to most?
Oh, these concerns to most? Yeah.
I think it was Jamie. Is there someone else?
Jamie, did you have concerns with the Girl Scout Safe and Healthy Environments for Girls and Families project? We may have lost Jamie in a moment.
I was the other one
there. Okay.
Yeah, I was the other one. And again, this is a difficult process because my mind is really focused around, long-term transformative investments. And so the previous question I had was, it seems like that facility, if upgraded, has the opportunity to serve more people over the course of time. I'm curious about this investment and how this is a sort of a strategic long-term investment as opposed to programmatic, as opposed to providing something that's important but is not necessarily a long-term investment into something that will be leveraged, will be sustainable, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my concern about this. I don't know enough about it to know if it is that or not. So.
Okay, long-term transformative nature. And I think I see Jamie's card flip over. Jamie, were you ready to voice a concern also?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't get my stuff off mute fast enough. Yeah, my concern is that the Girl Scouts for America have been able to generate funds for their organization and have been very impactful throughout history. And I just believe that they could be able to sustain their growth where other organizations really are in desperate need. I don't know if we have to give the Girl Scouts of America the full amount. Maybe there can be a compromise there. I do support the organization. I just want to make sure that that we're being able to disperse the funds to all socioeconomic facility or organizations that are going to come up in front of us. Thanks, Drew.
Thank you, Jenny. All right, so we've got two concerns. One is sort of availability of alternative funding sources, and do they really need it the most? The other is this a long-term or transformational project? Does anyone want to speak to either of those two specific concerns?
I'll speak briefly. I think that my response to that is this goes into that category of smaller grants that we should look at in a way that's somewhat different, that is more along the lines of just investments that we're going to make. So my argument would be this goes into another bucket of maybes, and as Ms. Allard suggested, maybe a different amount. And so for my part, I see this one, like a number of the smaller ones, as a somewhat different pool than these larger investments.
Cameron.
Yeah. So in that way, it makes me think that there may be an opportunity for us to just put aside a pool of money that are for small, operational, programmatic grants to organizations that need it and benefit the community and are doing amazing work, like like this organization, and that they aren't necessarily in the same category as these very strategic long-term investments. So, because I think we're talking about two different things, and it's difficult to flip a card over and say no to Alaska Literacy or Girl Scouts and that sort of thing. But that's what's challenging for me, is that my mind is really into those larger investments. And my worry is that if we give away a lot of very small programmatic operational grants, then are we going to end up at the end with not enough to be able to move forward a large project that really is going to be a game changer for our communities? That's my worry.
I'm looking up the numbers now, but at one point I did a calculation that all of the projects that had some level of support that were $100,000 and less added up to $2 million, to give you a point of reference for how much that would be.
And just as a matter of reference, if you go back to this table here, that if we funded everything with 2 supporters only at the level that was suggested, there would still be $2 million left plus to tackle the smaller projects. And so I think that thinking about it somewhat differently, where we have kind of one bucket, which is we're moving them into, we're going to aim really hard to get there, and then another bucket that we might have a somewhat nuanced process for is a healthy way to go, because we may find ourselves there.
And Jamie's back in the queue.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Constant. I know that we're looking at maybe funding the larger projects. I get it, but that's for one demographic, and I'd like to see it spread out that $50,000 can absolutely impact certain organizations, and then you could potentially have like the smaller bucket of the smaller amounts, like Mr. Constant said too, that could be dispersed and spread across all demographics throughout our municipality and even impact the state. Thank you.
So then what I'm hearing is, and that this might help us move quicker because of what we're trying to do. I hear a proposal that maybe we pull everything that comes to a certain amount aside and set that for a separate decision process. So everything at $100,000 or less, set that aside and assure that today we're keeping a reserve amount available to make sure that that can be funded should you want to. So we don't consider those things today.
Thank you. I guess my challenge with that is once you take things apart and put them in different categories and then assign an amount to that, you start comparing them only against each other rather than against the broader need. And so I think that from a process standpoint is not a good way to do this. I think every project, big or small, should be evaluated on its potential to meet all of these things that we've discussed. And then if we say, yes, it's a good project, then we can talk about how much we want to fund it. But I don't think we should peel things off.
Okay, straightforward. Yep.
So what I could do is, as you saw, as we said, yeah, we don't have any concerns left over, I colored the columns or the rows yellow. If we have ones like that one where there's still some questions, sorry, I just sorted it and we unsorted, where there's some question like, is this, something that we want to invest over something else? We could perhaps put it in the maybe title, as like an orange, and see where we are at the end. With, here's what the total with the yellows, and here's what we have left over, and then we can see what's a priority in the orange. Does that work?
Yeah, I think we've got to pick up the pace here a little bit,
Yeah.
and we're just looking to get a green list, and it sounds like we've got 2 sort of still consideration. There's the general pool of, consideration, and there's the ones that have pretty good support but are small projects that you've got in orange. And so I say we keep looking. We've got 4 left of the popular ones here. So we're on, 3. Girdwood Inc., our Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project. We had 3 people with concerns.
I'll start. I am interested in seeing support for this project, but I'm not interested in being the sole or largest investor. And I still think 20%, which is what the $1.2 million turns out to be, is high. And so for me, the only concern I have is the amount.
Before we get into responses, did other people who have concerns want to voice a different concern than that amount of funding and the sort of percentage that's coming from the municipality of these ARPA funds?
Yeah, thanks. So I wasn't one of the original folks, but now that I'm thinking about it, there is a pretty big disparity between amount requested, $3 million, and minimum needed, $160,000. So I think getting a little bit more detail there would be helpful, because why wouldn't we just fund it at the minimum needed if that's what they said? So I think get a better realistic look at the finances of the project would be helpful.
If anyone would like to respond, I don't want to take away your ability to do that, but it does not sound like this one is going to have all of the concerns removed and that it likely does need further discussion. And so I would probably suggest that unless you're really convinced you can address these questions thoroughly, that we just move on to the next projects and leave this in the...
But I can provide some context there. The minimum amount at 160 would not go towards an actual capital investment. It would go towards a development plan for workforce housing and a dedicated site for childcare facility at the South Townside parcel that HLB has reserved for Little Bears since 2014.
And this isn't speaking directly to the concerns, but I did want to note, since we don't have all the folks here who have put in requests, we won't be going to individuals at this time, but we can certainly take additional time to bring in those folks who have brought forward proposals. I did want to comment on this particular project, which I think as members will recall, the community has been advocating for years, and actually at a certain point was willing to fund it and sought the full backing of the municipality for a dual vote, which did not pass in the broader municipality, but passed in Girdwood. So I think that I think the point about the finances makes sense, and I appreciate the desire to figure out a way forward with this project. Thanks.
All right, so then headed into alphabetical order here. Next up is the Arctic Valley Trailhead Summer Visitor Services at 84. So you had 5 people express concern. Does anybody want to?
Are we moving Girdwood? So are we moving Girdwood to funded, but questioning the level? And we'll discuss that later on.
Are you looking for people to actually respond to that? I'm fine with that, yes. Yeah.
And just to try to reiterate as much as possible, we're not looking for we're just looking for, this is good for the foundational AR. This is good to go into the foundational document, and it won't grind us to a halt because it ended up there. It'll be easy peasy. We'll get to it. That's the thought.
Okay, now who's ready to speak to their concerns about the Arctic Valley Trailhead?
I can go. I'm just not sure if this one gets to that transformative nature that was stated in our goals and how many people would positively impact it. I love skiing, don't get me wrong, but I'm just not sure what the forward impact would be.
Okay, so concern with transformativeness. Did anyone have other concerns they wanted to voice?
I guess similar sort of to my statement about sending a message to vulnerable members in our community that we are, I love hiking in Arctic Valley. I just went up there last week with my family. But is that who is really hurt by COVID? Is that who's struggling the most right now? Am I the kind of person who needs an improved trailhead over someone who needs a diaper pantry? Probably not. And I have the same comments about the Hilltop ski thing that's coming later, so I'll just make those now so I don't have to speak again. Thanks.
Appreciate your efficiency. Does anyone have any different concerns aside from the potentially lack of transformative or the whether or not it's sort of being responsive to the most vulnerable and the people who need it most? Does anyone want to speak to address any of those concerns?
Yep, I'll speak to that. Thank you. I'll just briefly say that I think it's not fair at this point in the juncture in the process to compare diapers to trailheads. That we have to get to that point where we have narrowed down to the point where we've spent that we don't have the funds to support these various projects. And so I would hope that we can reserve this in that other category, again, smaller than 100,000, to the point of transformative. If you ever spent time up there, this isn't for skiing, this is for year-round access. And it's a basic improvement of the facility to make it safer and more accessible for people. And it's year-round. It is, if you go up there, an investment that's made up there in 1960 is still in use. And so the stewards of that land are very effective at what they do. And so I'm not saying this has to be a priority, but I am saying I will advocate for this project in the sense that it might be counterintuitive, but it is one of those places that is open to the public. Generally, anyone can go there if they can get up that mountain, which is the barrier to equity. But anyhow, for me, there is a value there.
Yeah, Randy.
And just kind of echo that, because there's a lot of projects that fall in this category of park or trail improvements. And we also look at, granted, it doesn't compete with the diapers and those that have been injured by COVID. It's not really supposed to be going. But it also, you gotta look at it from the standpoint of how many people did it prevent from getting to that space by giving them that outdoor recreation, that mental health piece of it.
So go ahead. Jamie, I think, was in the queue first, and then we'll go to Pete.
Thank you. For me, it's more of economic recovery with the ARPA funds is what I was looking at as well, and the mental health in the long term goals of being able to have folks outside, and this is just free. What I mean by that is anybody could drive up there if you have a car, or hike, or walk, or run, and be able to use this facility. They've done an outstanding job of being able to raise funds on their own, and this could just give them a boost to help further, and it brings in tourism and other avenues. So I think long-term is great, and I do agree it doesn't necessarily compete apples to apples with the need for diapers, but I'm sure that we could advocate for both. Okay, thanks.
So I guess the question I have is, when we're raising concerns, we're not voting to eliminate the project. So I think we can get to that discussion later with money that is still left over about prioritizing basic needs versus recreation. But I think it is worth highlighting. If I say I have a concern on something, this is in that bucket, not that.
I would add to that, though, that if there are projects where there's one or two advocates or opponents, but there's no real advocate, right? No one is going to stand for that one, but really only opposition, then I think there's room to remove, right? And so I would like to keep open the possibility of eliminating projects today if we get to the point where collectively we're like, yeah, no. Right.
So are folks comfortable including this in the draft list, or do we want to put this in the small projects to come back and consider later as part of the big batch list?
So there's a draft list.
Well, yeah.
That is proposed funding, projects we're funding. And then there is a need more information list of not sure, or I'm trying to understand where we're moving them to, and I also want to get to this question of the elimination piece of. So that's what I'm advancing. How are we advancing them forward into a probably going to get funded piece? Because many people are listening on the line right now, going, "Sounds like ours is going to be funded." When in my mind, I'm like, I don't have any idea whether I'm going to fund that or not because I haven't talked about the much larger, different projects yet. So that's, I guess, I just want to clarify the moving them forward to these lists. If you can clarify.
So if you go back to where we started today, I realize we're going to skim through it quickly, and there has not been really hard and fast clear lines around this. Our goal is to come up with a consensus-driven list to base the first draft of the Assembly resolution on. And so that's the big bucket that is the primary goal, is what are we sending to whoever the drafters who's going to introduce that AR, which ones have a broad base of consensus that we want included in that. Now, we've also talked about 3 other lists. One is a list of small projects that you want to consider as part of a batch of small projects. One is sort of just back into the main selection pool of we can continue talking about it and maybe it makes it into the AR some other time. And then the last, we have not put any projects on yet, but we're open to a project has been eliminated. A majority of the Assembly does not support giving money to that. So those are the sort of lists I think that we've discussed. But in terms of what we brought as facilitators, what we were asked to get to was a consensus-driven list to use as a basis of an AR. And so that's the main list we're focused on. And that's what's going in yellow on the digital display right now. Felix and Austin?
Yeah, thanks. So on this specific request that we've been talking about, for me and for I think a lot of the requests where people have been saying it's apples and oranges, for me, I want to know what the business case is for funding that request because if we're going to fund certain things and we can only fund a certain amount of projects, then I want to make sure that that first draft, which is what we're doing today, first draft of the AR, are the ones that we most need to fund, the ones that we really should fund. And then I'm not opposed to this project, right? But I want to make sure that this first draft we have are the projects that we really need to fund. So I agree with the idea that we put this on a sort of a separate list to come back once we go through and really sort of in a consensus way as much as we can, really put together that we really do need to fund these projects.
And I think Felix, sorry.
You're Austin.
Or did you want to respond? No, I'll go.
I was just going to say briefly that I think we only have one project so far that's made it into we generally agree it's a must.
I think I'm saying what Felix is saying, but I think it's a little dangerous from a public perspective, and maybe this is what Cameron was saying too, to put everything on an AR and then remove things from that. I think it's confusing to the public and it's more difficult for all of us. So I think we should only, and maybe this is what Chris was saying, only put things that we all say, absolutely, this is a priority, no matter what, I'm going to stand up for this and we're all going to do it. That goes on whatever list you're going to make public or put in an AR. Everything else is in some maybe pile that we can add later versus everything's in the AR and we remove later.
And that was very much the goal today. So we need to go back and through these first 3 that got put in yellow. So the main goal today is just to generate that list you were just talking about, Austin. That's that AR. These are the ones that have broad base of support. As many Assembly members are confident that this is definitely a priority. And that might only get us to $10 million. I don't know what kind of consensus we're going to get out of this.
Okay, and that's what yellow is.
And so that's what yellow is.
Okay, I support this. And then brown or beige or whatever that is maybe.
Yes.
Consider it. Okay, great.
And the things that aren't colored at all, those are also maybes. The oranges are the maybes that are small projects that do seem to have quite a bit of support. So they might sort of be at the front of the line if you guys came back and did a sub $100,000 project sort of work session.
You might have lost me there on the colors.
Several buckets.
But there's only 2.
And I was going to say, the dollar amount may require massaging. And there's always going to be an aspersion or amendments that come on the floor. So
That's fine. I feel like that we know that, but like I don't want to add projects we're not going to, and then take them off.
I just want to make it clear to the public. Just because there's a number right there, it doesn't mean that that's the number.
Well, I just want to be super, super careful, right? We're not actually putting dollar amounts on anything yet, right? Okay, thanks.
And I would like us to speak a little more carefully about the AR. What I would like us to think about, if the group might agree, is that we talk about a table, an attachment to the AR. And in that way, we don't confuse the process by creating an AR that has all of these things on it that might be removed. Instead, we have the AR framework, and then we reference a document or 2 or 3 documents that we are working on. So it's less inducing to the public to think this is the final item, because that is a substantial concern, is kind of baiting people to feel confidence when we don't know.
And I think Jamie was in the queue.
I'm okay, thank you.
And it's the goal, it was the goal of legislative services and the team over here to get you to a point that you're more comfortable working. You guys are used to working with a legislative document. And so if we get you to a point that there's something tangible for you guys to work on, that's usually where you guys can do your best work. So that's where we're trying to get.
Yeah, and I first of all, I apologize on behalf of all of us that we're messing up your process, but yeah, it's really hard to get my head around this. I would just say that there are a few projects that I think are incredibly timely and have to get out soon, and that we need to have conversations about them. And some of these are nonprofit organizations that could really use this funding, but it doesn't have to happen today or tomorrow. And that it would be helpful. So that's the other factor that's in my mind is that, and I'll just tell you what, the $15 million to the Alaska Community Foundation has to go out, in my mind, very soon, because there's projects that could potentially fail and have people out on the street. And so, I mean, those are really, really high priority for me. And so those are the conversations that I'm itching to get to, and it's hard to talk about programs and their value and that sort of thing within that. So.
I think that what I'm hearing is that our sort of initial approach of going with project popularity, for lack of a better term, is not getting at the projects that you guys actually want to deal with first. That you'd rather sort of focus on the transformational big ones first. And so what I'm going to suggest is that we've got lunch, so we take a 10-minute break, folks grab lunch, and in doing that, look at the ones that had 3 or 4 people, and instead of going through alphabetically and asking if people have concerns, this next round, I'm going to let you nominate projects, and who has one from the 3 or 4 ones that you think is transformative and sort of is a top priority to move on to that, the AR table or what have you. Because I think that we now have a bit better understanding of sort of what we're looking for with the outcome here, of a consensus-driven list of where you want to start your funding on. Because at some point we want to narrow this down. Making a decision about $52 million and 100 projects simultaneously is really complicated and difficult. So if we can make a decision about 5 projects or 10 projects and get the dollar figure down and the number of projects down, I think we can set ourselves up with more manageable decisions as we go. So take 10 for lunch, come back at 12:35.
Change the rules. I know that.
Still there. Hey Drew. I don't understand because
Oh, I know.
okay, so how what are we supposed to look at? Colony and paper top ones?
Yeah, so the things that is how I think our most assembly people combined. So we've been through the 5s and 6s, and then we've not gone through the 3s backwards.
So you want us to do 3s and 4s right now?
Yep.
Okay.
And any of the ones that you feel, should be at the front of the line, that you're not concerned about. It's a nice idea, but I support this, but I don't support it. It's opportunity costs. So we're looking at just the ones that you're sort of comfortable saying, we're not concerned about our proposal costs. Assembly as a body feels confident that this one should be funded, at least some
Of the 3s and 4s.
of the 3s and 4s.
Great, thank you.
An ARPA next week. I mean, and we have the ability to bring forward, I mean, we can, as long as it gets votes, it's done, right? And so we're trying to do a collaborative process. But I also feel like there are some big, I mean, the reality is, the mayor is not so the 3.5 million. I mean, so there's that
I would fight for a couple of these, but it just all gets but there are some like I
Forrest doesn't gonna be, he's like, why don't you just start with the ones? I just don't
3 weeks. The other thing, there are some on here I think we should do, like for example, there's the visit. So the visit acres one is for the cultural pillars, and but there are also separate line items for the That's what I'm saying. So we can say like $2 million for doing that. They're like, we'll do the cultural pillars and then drop the specific line, and then you've got
I think we need to rest this process.
I don't know that.
That's right.
How does it make that? Then you've got
Yeah, and I would just say, you know, PPP.
Felix and Suzanne are sending money to themselves. Welcome, Sarah. That is pretty aggressive there, Felix. Pretty aggressive. I'm sure that's going to end up on that blog.
Maybe not.
We didn't let up any single organization because it really isn't a lead, it's a group of organizations. So we put our.
What would go wrong? They're not going to tell you that because they'll still spend money and they're still fundraising. But PPP was a pretty awesome program for a lot of small nonprofits, and I bet you that many of these are doing that.
She had other circumstances right before COVID. But it's
He's changed, or Mike changed his
Yeah, I mean, for us, we just, it was, I mean, we're not swimming money, but we definitely, it helped, you know? And so that's the other question is that it's tough to know where the need is. So I think that's a tough question.
And this is hard to explain as well. I just didn't see this for how complex they could buy. Really, some of those are overlapping. Yeah, they were coming awesome. I went to them sorted after I was at
We're regrouping, so it's probably about another 10 minutes more than we said, or 5 or so. We'll be right back.
Did you talk to them? They're coming up with a new strategy.
Phrase like the Providence stabilization.
It'd be the fourth round of the same process.
Is part of the crisis now.
Every tool is a hammer.
You know,
every problem is a nail.
We need to debate those because those are, I think, those are projects that
just hammer time.
I think are
Hammer time.
larger, long-term
You can start
strategy
dancing.
of dealing with that sort of thing. And there are different conversations than
East Bay Zone.
$10,000, you know.
So you hammer it.
Yeah. I think that's a good number.
or you want to see or something else. who is the main I thought I just shoot. I guess this is one
Sure, yeah.
An acre would be. I'm certain people that are living in that. Yeah, relocating that would be.
Yeah, I mean, we have looked at it where the disc golf is but, you know, frameworks.
A lot of people can't find this off.
Probably go with that.
I left some water in that.
Yeah,
We
and
can roll
just
down
a
from
little
there.
kibble. Yeah, let's do it, roll down. I mean, I'm not. Right.
What is the, there was a, I think there was a true story that, somewhere that guy had a toddler at Moose's Tooth. I heard ran in to get the pizza.
Yeah.
Someone stole his car.
That actually happened,
Okay, perfect. I'm not saying
Is that right?
yeah.
Yeah.
She had twins and her kids were in the
That was right before the
Well, I mean,
Fish and Wildlife
apparently
would
this
come.
guy didn't realize
They
it
had
until he
theirs,
was,
yeah.
2 blocks away. And
I was listening to somebody
the
go
car
to first people talk about what they have a car for,
It's like, this is a bigger deal.
She was like running from there and fell and hit her head.
Pretty annoying.
And then back.
Check your receipt for a child.
So are we on the hook for that? Sure. Mayor Johnson?
I don't know. But, it's the largest homeless shelter in the city.
You guys get rest.
It has been.
Shelter without
Look there,
walls.
you don't have to see the typical bags under the eyes.
Well, thanks.
Oh, you
Steph's
do?
doing the hard
The
work.
birthday.
We decided from the beginning, I mean, the birthing mother's always doing the hard work, but decided from the beginning that she would do the night shift, which worked very well for me. But I'm like cooking, dogs, house, all the other stuff, coordinating with people, getting there, all extra things. And then I've been working on my other job.
I see a lot more pedestrians walking around.
So it's working out pretty well because like her only job
Yeah,
is
it's almost when you drive out to the campground, there's no sidewalk on that road. Out there, there's, every time I'm going, there's people along that road. That frontage road, whatever it's called.
Yeah, we've had friends doing a meal train, it's really nice.
I haven't heard any complaints about the.
But I've been having
the
fun.
market.
It's
I haven't
been
heard
so much
there's any,
easier than my last couple of
anything
years, so.
Did you see Judy's comments?
People are like, it's horrible, I'm like, what?
Where?
It's like,
Right
not
next
very
door, and it's
toxic,
great.
no one's yelling at me, well, they're crying, but, you know, for good reason.
Trying to be.
It's worth checking in.
And it's just fun, and we're all like
I've heard
together
there's
as a family.
Where did she, where did she?
Injured. Now we're getting back to the road. Or whatever this is. Yeah. It's fun. It's more fun than I thought it would be. Like a little tiny baby would just be so boring, but he's really cute. You know, it's like just
They're more durable.
Yeah.
For dad.
Well, I just
you can beat them up and draw them and rough house with them, right?
yeah, hopefully not beating him up. Yeah.
All those little things, like the.
I did not
First time they do all kinds of things. They would never touch it all over the first time. Right away, all over the first, whatever. When you just like, oh my God. You know, and a little human being growing in your house, right? And you get to watch it, watch them see things, react to things, and just all that is fascinating years to see. And just this whole attempt to try to communicate before they can speak.
Yeah.
To try to see what that person knows. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really hard during this stuff, just like seeing birth and
Carl Jacobs is in
what it means, and then it's been like crushing. We had a lot of crying time together.
I'm stopping to saw my brother for a.
So I filled your litter spot with 3 people.
From out there just as the books came down, and he's very head-oriented, logical person. He's talking about all these legal arguments and that sort of thing about that. I'm listening to him, and then he gets on a work call on a Zoom, and I'm in his house while he's doing it. He gets on the Zoom call, and he's all excited about his legal arguments. He's tell all of his coworkers about. And it's not land well because these 3 women that are on the call are just like destroying him, destroying everything he's saying and saying, and my brother actually starts crying because of the stories that they're telling him about their lives and their experiences. And he was like, well, I guess I got that all wrong.
Good for him. For listening.
My sister is a trauma surgeon.
Oh, you got a whole doctor family now.
Yeah, my little brother's an oral maxillofacial surgeon.
What? So you're the poor one in the family?
Yeah, exactly. But so she's pregnant now. We're all very excited. She's had a couple of good ultrasounds. She actually had a very traumatic miscarriage recently, and her own hospital staff, she was in the hospital. They had to treat her. And watching her through that experience and seeing, she was embarrassed because it was like her colleagues had to take care of her. Mm-hmm. It's like a whole other layer to it, but watching all the medical care that she required and she had to go through, so I think, gosh.
Or just like, if you see a birth, you're just like, this is like, and then getting up all night and like thinking about the baby and like being in their sleep and crying and that you're just gonna like tell people they have to do that because they don't understand the human body or whatever. And it's just crazy. Well, but it goes on there.
Yes, I do so.
Which I think was it.
No, my parents are here now because they want to see me swim again.
Because what?
They want to see me get swim.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. So they grew up. I grew up south of Seattle, Federal Way area, but they live in Pennsylvania now. So they drove all the way to the Elkhorn Highway. And they were at Laird Hot Springs a couple of days before that highway collapsed. Yeah. So they're in Homer right now doing that halibut charter. I'd rather be here. No, yeah. So they live in Sharon, Pennsylvania, which is close to Amish country. It's like this really bucolic town, a lot of retired
folks. Is that where you're from?
I grew up in Seattle. They retired, well, before they retired, they had to move to Bismarck, North Dakota. They were there for a couple of years when they retired. They had grand ambitions that they were going to be expats, and so they had spent 4 months in Mexico and realized this is too far for their kids. They went to visit my sister, who was doing her residency in Sharon, Pennsylvania. They ended up liking the community so much they decided to stay there. And my brother was stationed in Portsmouth. So it's kind of close to them.
Cool, that's so great you're up here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have you.
You got to
like your schedule and see if we can find anything.
Yes, I am.
I don't believe what you say.
Then you get the few, when they say I don't believe you, then I just, second response I drop.
You did accomplish one thing I don't think anyone said the other night.
That's what I was telling Forrest. I was like, I was just using an example, but I think it's become the standard now.
Yeah.
They were kind of laughing. And it's hard because some of the stuff is economic development, so it's really hard to. I think I was being more absolute than I actually feel about it, but just trying to make the point, which is maybe how I roll. But
I think we got to do it again. Kind of like I'm smile. I'm 60% good with these projects. But
yeah.
I am, these should not be on the list.
And not to just eliminate something, I'm not a strong advocate, because we're working with too many right now.
Yeah, I pushed it, I think a lot of time on the 3 and above.
Yeah.
3 and above, it's like, don't even ask me a question. Yeah, I don't agree with all.
Right, but I'm gonna be fine with some of it.
I like it, but it's not sustainable.
Yeah, right.
But-
Like, I don't think I ranked it, I can't remember, but I would support it,
It's a lot
yeah.
of everybody. So I'll
Exactly.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'm
And I
gonna see
would
what-
support some of the trail, but, you know, if that's like a mix with other things. So, yeah, I think the process is hard.
And when I do, I see what that number comes up to be. If it's higher or lower, then we have a decision, do we go through it,
Yeah.
edit the numbers, or do we pull things off the list? I'd like edit first, and pull off the list.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree.
There's a lot of cats in the room. So where's your shop? 4th and L, right across the street from the Snow City Cafe. We're right next to Simon's. So who is there something? Yeah. Hey, I'm in the late 80s, early 90s.
What would you say?
He's out of state now. He's living out between Bend, Oregon and Tucson.
Did you test?
Yeah. Yeah, so I got my start in Alaska doing remote care. So coming up from Seattle every other month and did that year round.
in this work session.
Spending almost half of my time here because I was doing trips anywhere between 5 to 25 days. Before I can get small planes, so much easier.
Want me to bring you guys some?
That's good. Yeah.
Bingo halls.
Yeah, it's cool to have this guy.
Just text me whatever you need, okay? I'll try to also invite her.
So we've been following my niece's.
Yeah.
So she
Oh, okay, yeah, this guy's just
professional opportunities.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
And he's very into the user's name.
Wilder?
Yeah.
Name it after Oscar Wilde.
Okay.
I didn't know that isn't that an author?
I think it's Oscar Wilde.
Oh,
Little.
Oh,
Okay.
such a cute little guy.
They do it, who to call. Just 3 kids.
Named after where the wild things are.
My youngest watches those out there as well.
It's more entertaining than I thought. I really didn't think it would be quite boring, but it's not.
Up to 2 Space Force. She wants to go eventually to guys.
Oh, now,
So
do you not need to plug in right now? I tried to plug it in, but now it's too far away.
What? Oh, sorry. No, it's fine. No, I sorry. I meant to take that out. You guys, I'm not sure.
Too good for either do what I want to do. Kids? No. Okay, so I live on very close to K Street.
Allie, I didn't know you
Half
It
husky.
was so fun to be there.
I take her to work. Reader every morning, and I take her home.
Guess I'll just toss it down to the bottom up and start.
It's nice to,
I still say, K Street Market.
yeah, totally, good for you.
I'm like, oh, that's an example. I'm not just like
That won't sound new.
My best friend is lives in your area. He and his partner live on K Street, so it's right at the end of the Park Street.
Yeah, even like the first day it was great.
You go to basically all the way to the end. What's the street at the very end?
And this is the
The western end.
Yeah, I'm excited. Also,
It's not, I'm on
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. Thanks, everybody.
Wow.
A couple comments before we continue. First, I just want to remind members that there is an AR that's already been submitted. There was actually initial public testimony. Public testimony was closed. The plan all along has been to do an S version with that list of projects. So wanted to remind members about that. And second, just wanted to speak briefly to the process. And why we've been taking this approach. And the facilitators and staff have been getting assembly member feedback and trying to find a path forward that reflects that feedback, that takes into account some members' preference for meeting every week for a day for 8 hours and going through the lists, and other members who have said they're ready to move forward and vote. And so with that and with the conversation we've had thus far, I think, would you be explaining, Drew, then the next steps for today?
So instead of working our way down the list exhaustively, there are a lot of projects on there that are good projects that multiple assembly members felt would be helpful to the community, but maybe nobody feels are particularly transformative or the very highest priority. And so at this point, we're going to start asking you to nominate which project you think is transformative and essential and absolutely has to be in the AR. We're then going to allow for a brief opportunity for discussion, and then we're going to just sort of ask how many people are concerned if about this project making it into the AR. We will then have a list that gives you a sense of the breadth of assembly support and which ones people feel are transformative, that whoever is going to introduce the S version of that AR can work from. Forrest.
Thank you, Drew. Can I do something completely different just once? I haven't spoken yet. I think I can eliminate a few projects on here. I spoke with Chris, right? There's some duplication here. And there's one of these line items is called support for cultural pillars. And then some of the other line items break out those cultural pillars. So I propose, maybe this is how I'll do it. We fund the cultural pillars bucket and we eliminate the specific references to the other cultural pillars. I think that will eliminate 2 or 3 or 4 projects.
Yep. So what I would suggest is that you nominate the cultural pillars one as a transformative project you'd like to talk about.
I think it's under Visit Anchorage, actually, which is sort of strange because I don't think it goes through Visit Anchorage. I assume that was there because Visit Anchorage in our meeting with them suggested that we fund it again.
It's the top of page 3.
The top of page 3. I'm being informed by my budget co-chair. It says Visit Anchorage, continued support of cultural pillars, $2.3 million. So I guess what I'm doing is saying I think we should fund this, and because it was very successful in the past, and then we can eliminate direct financial support for the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center. And I understand that their summer internship and housing program is a little bit different. But I think what we're talking about doing here is funding this big bucket, and then that money can be used how the Wildlife Conservation Center, for example, deems it appropriate. And for those that don't recall, the cultural pillars as we defined them before are the Wildlife Center, the zoo, the PAC, the Native Heritage Center, and the museum. So I guess my proposal would be that we fund this bucket and then we eliminate the specific requests from those entities. So the first would be the Wildlife Center, the second would be the zoo, and then I think there's one here from the PAC.
And the museum.
And the museum?
All
Okay.
4 of them have an ask separate from.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
I don't think the tag is on. Wait, it is right there.
Yep. They're all 4 there.
Can someone specify? So if you see the Conservation Center and the zoo are both on page 3, about halfway down. They each have 1 vote for them. So I propose we eliminate those. And then can someone point me to where the PAC or the museums are?
So the museum had like $160,000 ask for like the design district. I don't know where it is on the list.
Okay, so I think the amount of money they'll actually get from cultural pillars will be larger than what they asked for just that. So they can fund that plus, whatever else we think is appropriate. Does anyone know where that is? What page that's on?
It might not have made it past the main list.
And then the PAC, does anyone point that to me? I don't see it.
Page 3.
Page 3? Where on page 3? Oh yeah, there it is. The Broadway Alaskan Workforce Development Initiative. Wait, is Alaska Center for the Performing Arts the same as the Performing Arts Center?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I recommend we eliminate those 3 and just fund cultural pillars.
Austin and Cameron are in the queue.
Okay, thanks, Drew. So I guess I have an initial concern with this is that, as an example, the PAC requested $200,000. That's less, I think, than what they would get. 2.3 million and then split it in 5, right? Is it split in 5? Is that how we're doing it? So almost $500,000 each. Why would we fund organizations at more than they asked for? And what is the need for each of those? For instance, the Wildlife Conservation Center, I love my family's in town. We're going to go there. Tourism is doing great this year. I have no reason to believe that they sort of fundamentally are in the same place as they were in 2020 or 2021. So I want to hear justification for each of those organizations and why they specifically need the amount you're proposing funding, because I'm not sure it's needed.
Cameron and then Chris.
I think Austin just said what I was going to say. I see an amount of money, but no justification for that amount of money, and no clear sense of how much we go to each organization and why, what their need is. So it seems relatively vague and not specific enough for me to put over $2 million into, even though I'm a huge supporter of all those organizations.
Chris.
Thank you. I thought I saw a project at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Let's see if it's marked up there.
No, it was the route to
Transportation.
Right.
So they had another one though.
There were 2, yeah. One was it's a job training program for housing and homelessness for using their campus as a place to do some of that work. I don't know where it is, but so I would just suggest that I believe each of these organizations knew they were in the overall ask and had a separate request. And for my part, I'm interested in streamlining and just doing one, which would be, I think, a good approach to do it. But and I do hear the concerns. They all have needs, and so we'll have that conversation. But for my part, I do appreciate the approach of let's knock 4 projects off the table with one.
Can we do the opposite of what Forrest has suggested? Get rid of the cultural pillars, keep the individual requests that have specific amounts on there.
Randy, did you have something?
I'll say what I think. I think we're hijacking the meeting. No offense to anybody, but there's a big list. We've got to get moving. We've got to follow the process, and there'll be multiple iterations going through it. That's just my 2 cents.
Suzanne, do you have anything you wanted to add?
I just wanted to note that I do not have strong feelings as to whether or not we approach those thematically according to the cultural pillars, but I guess I don't see any of those as immediately urgent. And maybe they are, and I've missed that, but my preference would be to go back to what Drew had suggested. I know Cameron had mentioned there's a really big project on there that you felt was urgent, and I would just assume just start right there with that $15 million request.
Okay, I withdraw my the first attempt to reduce the amount of money of the sport.
Cameron, did you have a transformative project you think ought to be a priority?
Yes, I do. So the request that would go to the Alaska Community Foundation that would be used for hotel conversions, I believe is a very high priority, a very strategic and long-term investment, and something that's extremely timely. What we know now is that there is a project that is currently housing 130 people that we thought the funding was going to come from the administration, but it's not going to emerge. And so that's one. And then there's some other projects in there that are important and available. And so I believe that is something that if we can get that out soon, we can not only secure the people who are currently housed, but provide significant additional housing for those that are currently unhoused. And I believe that there's a fair amount of support for that project. So I'd like to engage in a conversation about that and see if we can move that forward.
Forrest.
I don't know how this is. I want to voice my support for what Cameron just said, and I do want to this. I'd go so far as to, if we can't come to some consensus, trying to pass this before we pass anything else. The mayor has created the largest homeless shelter in the city is now unsheltered in Centennial Campground, and this is the only thing on here that even tries to address that. So I hope you go forward with this on soon.
Before we get to Austin, does anybody have concerns with sort of saying that this is a priority and we ought to fund?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's right.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Austin.
So I guess I'd just like to renew my request for a comprehensive discussion about homelessness and where we are and what we need. And because if we were to spend, what's that, like more than a quarter of the money on this one thing alone, it better be the thing of all the things we need the most. And I'm not saying it's not, but what's going on with the mayor's shelter navigation center? Is that happening anymore? There's no funding for the guest house. Why not? What is the 2.8 they want for on Tuesday approval for? Like, it just feels like money's always floating around in this administration. It's very unclear to me what the plan is and how what we're doing is a companion to that. So I guess I would just love to hear more information from those who are either in the former facilitated group and are in the know or otherwise. Thanks.
Does anyone have a direct response to Austin's questions? I currently have Suzanne and Kevin in the queue, but I would privilege answer before moving on.
I can speak briefly. The 15 million. Sorry, go ahead. You're the chair.
Thanks. So so the 15 million. I think what we're looking at here is for two things. One, to complete the funding stack for the guest house. As I understand it, and maybe I just got confirmation right now. Right. So there is some money which the facilitation group was looking at, which may or may not come. It was either going to be very late or not sure, given new HUD requirements, if we're going to be able to get that funding. It was home ARP funding. So rather than delay the project, looking at some of the 15 million going to fill that funding stack. And then the rest of the 15 million would go towards purchase of another hotel. So we're looking at two hotels, one finishing the funding stack, to a large chunk of it being the funding stack for another hotel. What's that going to do is it's going to, I think, as Forrest said, really help with alleviating the problem of the Centennial Campground, because right now the administration doesn't have an exit for that. Right, so this will hopefully provide an exit for the campground. And then beyond that, the 2.8 million for the aviator, what that is doing is it is extending for a certain amount of time those rooms that we have at the aviator. And I don't know beyond that if the owner of the aviator is interested in continuing that usage. I'm not sure. But it is extending those rooms, because that is right now what we're using for our non-congregate mass care. That is continuing.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
Can you remind me, Felix, who will stay in the guest house? Is it single men? Like, how are we capturing the need, sort of who's where?
Yeah.
And then can you speak also to operations and who might, and I can say this later if you want to. Okay, you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Operations and sort of how will this not be an investment that then, oh shoot, we can't sustain it? And then can you talk about, I guess I see a benefit of taking this out of the administration's hands since they're not competent and moving it to the community foundation. Has there been obviously conversations with them about doing this sort of work? Because I don't think they've been doing that in the past. And how do we make sure they're the right party?
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to answer those in reverse order. So, so right now the proposal as it was drafted was back when the facilitation process was functioning. That's obviously not the case anymore. So the proposal is to put the money in the Osgood Community Foundation, the facilitation bucket that they have there, which as members may remember, in order for us to actually get those funds and utilize those funds, we need 3 people to say yes. Myself as the chair of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, Amy DeBosque as the municipal manager, and I think Michelle Brown as a representative of philanthropy. So those 3 people need to say yes in order to access those funds. So there's one of 2 things that we could do when hopefully we approve that $15 million. We can either continue that route or go a separate route and talk with the Community Foundation of setting up a separate fund, and I'm sure they would be amenable to that, at least I hope they would be. So that's your last question. Second question you asked, the operation. So right now, First Presbyterian Inc., the nonprofit organization, they are the ones that are likely going to be owners of the facility once the purchase is done, and they would be the ones responsible for doing the RFP to determine who the operator is. So I'm not sure that First Presbyterian has necessarily finalized that process. So I don't know exactly who the operator is.
Is that the guest house or the additional?
That's the guest house.
Okay, we don't know for the additional.
Yeah, and not sure for the additional yet. We go through the same process, which is to get the capital stack together, find someone to own the building, then the owner would figure out who the operator is. And then who is staying at the guest house. Right now, guest house has been envisioned, and I think continues to be envisioned, as permanent supportive housing, workforce housing.
Oh, for both men and women. Okay.
I have just a couple of items to that, please, very briefly. The agreement that Mr. Rivera alluded to or spoke to that was from the facilitated group was a product of the facilitated group. I want to put a fine point on what he just said. We can change the terms as a legislative body. And so the 3, as it was set up, does not have to be that way. And so don't feel constrained by the fact that we need one from us, one from philanthropy, and one from the mayor's office. That's one point I want to put in the record. And the aviator's intentions at this time are to, sorry, I just had it pulled up. It disappeared. The aviator's plan is to maintain 80 guest rooms for at least a year, and then everything else that they have in place, they're going to start transitioning out in September. So that's the current operational plan for their, and that's because they have 2 buildings, and they're going to leave one building to be supported while they're in construction on the other building. And so it's a pretty savvy plan. It starts to reduce, but they keep 80 units for at least a year.
Kevin, thank you for your patience. You're up.
Thank you, everybody. Gosh, I kind of feel like the Grinch who stole Christmas here. You know, I understand it. When we look at our goal, and then it's marginalized communities, I don't know, man, this may be controversial, but I don't feel as if giving more money to Aviator and these individuals who were already given tons of money, you know, through our FEMA money and through the first round, I mean, through other resources. Listen, in the last several years, our homeless community is actually the individuals who have seen a windfall of blessing. What we have done in the last several years for the homeless community is amazing, and I look forward to continuing that. These ARPA funds, however, are supposed to, the intended is the negative effects of the pandemic and focus on those, and the only people that I don't see getting any recognition are taxpayers. I honestly, if we're just going to start giving more money to more homeless people who already got over $100 million over the last couple of years, it just feels as if it's just an endless bucket. I really think we need to be focusing on these capital projects, which we know are going to go up in cost, which really you can say can get funded through bonding or other sources. They may or may not, but every day they're getting more expensive and they're deteriorating rapidly. that is a direct investment in things that bless the property owner, the people who own those, like all of Acreage, because, you know, when you bond for these things, when you distribute that money through, it affects the taxpayer, affects everybody. I really would like to see, and of course, my priority list goes back to capital projects. So it provides jobs, it provides infrastructure, it provides growth, it helps the taxpayer, it helps on so many levels. And as much as I can agree with trying to help the homeless, it's not that we haven't helped them. It's not that we haven't given enough money to them. Can we focus on somebody other than those, really focus on the taxpayer? I guess that's my concern. I guess the taxpayer to me just feels like they're just an endless pit. We just keep reaching in their pocket and saying, hey, we appreciate all your hard work. Just put in some extra overtime hours, but look at all these other hands to fill.
Thanks, Kevin.
I think our Acreage residents would appreciate some love. Thank you.
For sure. So I would just quickly note that if we can avoid talking too much in opposition or support, we're not trying to persuade one another that we're really not going to make it far through this if we get into that. So if you have a key reason, just sort of, if you've got questions, anything like that, go ahead and get those out there. But we're trying to get as much information out for you guys all to understand one another's positions on these things, stuff like that, as possible going forward. So right now I've got Cameron, Daniel, and Austin in the queue.
Well, if I may respond to that, I appreciate that. I was just responding to what I heard, and so to stay on target, I support the Eldon Water subdivision rebuild, the water sewer infrastructure repairs, Highland Street maintenance, Starter Bridge project, fleet maintenance shop. I've got a list here of about 11 capital and projects that I think would take priorities. Thank you.
Right on. Cameron, you're up next.
I think actually the information I was going to provide has already been provided. Thanks.
I just wanted to briefly say that I had the opportunity to attend a meeting about a week and a half ago about the guest house, and there were folks there from the Downtown Community Council, Fairview Community Council, the Third Avenue Radicals, the proposed purchaser, Reverend Schultz was there from First Presbyterian, folks from the Rasmussen Foundation. It was a facilitated meeting with Michael Fredericks from SALT, and just a really robust conversation and public outreach. And my sense from that meeting at the end of it was that provided there are some considerations given, that there is public support for the purchase of the guest house. I also had the opportunity to take a tour of the guest house. You know, this is in my district, it's on Cordova and 5th, and I was very impressed by the cleanliness of the facility, the way that people were treated by the folks who are currently staffing the facility there. And so for me, there is an opportunity here, and there's an opportunity to get public buy-in because that public process has been there. We've seen a contrast, I think, recently too, when there hasn't been a public process involved. So just wanted to say that.
So Austin, Suzanne, and Jamie are in the queue, and unless anybody's really got something pressing on this one, I think that we've done a pretty thorough exploration of this priority area.
I'm actually not in the queue. Thank you.
Okay, Austin and Suzanne then.
Suzanne, you go ahead.
Thanks, Austin. I think a lot of what I was going to say has been addressed, and I'll just reiterate that I do support this proposal. It addresses housing, which is policy-wise what we need to prevent and solve homelessness. Initially, I wanted to just make a comment about policy because your comments initially, Austin, about the plan and what we need and how do we know that these individual projects are filling the need in those plans, because we've identified priorities, we've identified a vision, we have a strategic plan for the assembly. But as I was going through the list again of projects last week, in terms of what is the assembly's policy when it comes to regarding homelessness, economic development, childcare, I think it would help me if I had some additional direction on that. And so I'm working on that piece of it as I work through this process. Thanks.
And my apologies for us, I think it was your placard that was flipped down. But that may have been for this one. Did you still want to be in the queue, Austin?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're out?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't in.
Okay.
placard confusion. So thank you, Felix and others. That information is really helpful. I guess 2 points. I'm interested in funding this and have more confidence in it after you describe some of the details. I'd like to consider not having the mayor's team have one of the 3 votes. I completely lack confidence in their ability to do this work well, so I might not support it if that is the case. The second piece is that the aviator can be funded with muni funds and then reimbursed by FEMA. So I would rather not spend those alcohol tax monies, since it's free money for us to use that for the aviator, and instead focus this $15 million on whatever it is the service providers and all of us determine is needed. Thank you.
Okay, I think that sounds like we made it through that big priority project. Does anyone else, I think Kevin, you had mentioned a couple of priority projects. Are there any that you want to nominate for group discussion?
And if I could jump in,
yeah, if I just go, hold on just a second while I bring up my list of the capital projects. I remember one was the Eldon Park.
Just one project. Kevin, real quick.
Eldon Park, I believe that one is 1.5 million for water and sewer upgrades at Eldon subdivision.
Okay, and do you want to speak briefly to why you think this one is a transformational opportunity that should be included on the shortlist?
Well, again, going back to, I guess, my thoughts on this, that is a project that has been sidelined for many years. It continues to increase in dire need. It affects many homeowners. We have a responsibility as a city to invest in our infrastructure. I think that, in particularly capital projects like this, where the cost of them is rapidly increasing, that sometimes we can, as well as fixing those, provide jobs and other, a whole host of other things. But I really feel as if this is an investment as opposed to an expense. That a lot of these water and sewer projects and things, although we could say we might be able to get IIRA grant money for them, that's not guaranteed as well. That's a long, complicated, that could take years as well to get funds additional source. You could say we could bond for them, but that bonding process can take a long time. Of course, that we could add 15-20% onto the project. So I'm looking at some of these infrastructures as critical, needed investments in our community in order to keep the costs at bay. So thank you.
Does anyone have concerns they'd like to voice on the
I do, thank you. For my part, neighborhoods in Anchorage have a responsibility to levy upon themselves the expenses related to water. And AWW has a specific loan fund from the state. They're able to implement projects like this. And so what we would be doing if we were taking these monies, we would be subsidizing a small neighborhood that would otherwise have to pay for their own responsibilities with money that should benefit broadly instead of, in my opinion, a targeted area. So I think that this is one that should go through AWWU, and they should go through that process, whether it's their loan fund and a self-levy or some other element.
Suzanne?
Oh, sorry, actually, no.
Randy?
So I think there's a few projects like this that I think we need to give them some sort of funding to help them get off the ground, to do some engineering studies so they can understand where they are in the process and what the total project would cost. Otherwise, I don't think they'll ever move forward, and they'll just be stuck in the condition they're in. So.
Forrest?
Can I ask a question then? So are these folks then who are on well and septic now? And why isn't that, I mean, lots of places in our community are on well and septic. Why is that not sustainable? And why can't they instead, go through the process if they don't want to be on well and septic anymore?
Yeah, they are on well and septic. They're working through that process. And I think that their wells have gone bad and they're getting a lot of iron and other contaminants in the water. I think That's the main issue. And they've gone several times to try to impose the levy on themselves, and it hasn't passed. I understand they are in line potentially for congressional directed spending, which would help out.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was just going to add a little more background, not about this project specifically, but in Sand Lake, there are a lot of folks who are on septic and wells and have also wanted to go through this process. The process, Randy, that you may or may not be familiar with is through ARPA. There's this process where the whole neighborhood can vote. The problem with the vote is that, if people have individual wells, if you do a vote, some people will need a brand new well right then and it'll be perfect timing. Some people will have just replaced their well and not want to pay to now get on a public system. So there's a timing problem, and maybe people know this, but for people who don't. There were a few of us 2 or 3 years ago in Berkowitz administration that were trying to fix this problem. Chris is saying that AWU has money to do the loan. I do think there's federal funds, and I was talking to Mark Schemsheimer about this because there's a Sand Lake project too that there's application for. If there are loan monies, I think the problem is solved. If there aren't loan monies, that's a problem because people don't have the upfront money to do it. So I think we should get some more information before making a consideration, like voting or even saying, yes, I support this or I don't. I think we need to have AWU describe what the money piece is, because there is some federal element that they're working on to try to supply that money, and then it would allow individuals within that RID to levy upon connection, not completion. If you levy upon completion, then everyone has to pay even when they don't want it. So anyway, sorry if that's repetitive, but I think it's helpful.
All right.
Sorry, Drew, I just put my hand up at the last minute just to follow up with what Austin said. I would be comfortable if some of these projects that would benefit from more conversation and hearing from AWU, if we would set those aside and not include them at this time on the resolution so that we can avoid that situation members were talking about with having to remove projects on the floor.
Randy, did you have anything to add on this one? Okay. Then seeing no further discussion on this project, does anyone else have a project they would like to nominate for discussion?
I'm going to nominate a quick one.
And real quick though, I think AJ skipped for us. Did he have something else?
Oh no, I wanted to nominate the project.
Okay. Who hasn't nominated one yet? You guys want to play rock, paper, scissors between Chris and Forrest?
Mine, I'm not nominating for me, but because of the conversation we've had, it's the diaper project. Let's just get it on the table and be done with it.
Where is it?
I don't know.
I'm very close to diapers right now.
Yeah.
I think there's 2 diaper projects. I just want to point out. One was the Children's Trust, Austin Children's Trust as a component, and there was another one that was just specifically a diaper bank.
Well, and real quick here, I've just been redirected by the rest of the staff team over here that it would be helpful if we went in a bit of an order rather than just popcorning around. So Cameron had a chance to do one. Kevin, adjacent to him on the far side of the circle here, had a chance to do one. So continuing around the circle, Jamie, you would be up next. Are there any projects that stand out to you as either a super pressing need or a transformative opportunity?
I do. I believe it's the one with the Loretta French baseball, softball diamond. There's actually, Dan is in the room right now, Mr. Taxier. I don't know if Carl is there, I can't see. But they could speak on it a little bit, but I find this very important. It impacts the entire municipality. It plays into the demographics to give everybody an opportunity. This is something that is a nonprofit organization, and if the chair or Drew, since you're leading the facilitation group, if you could allow him to speak on it and the importance, I'd rather the expert speak on it a little bit to introduce it to the assembly. That way I don't ruin the what he's going to say.
So Jamie, we had let someone speak earlier and were corrected on that one already, and so had stated that we were not going to take any more public sort of testimony on that. So I realize that's treating 2 different situations differently, but that was a determination that had already been made.
That's fine. Then I can just speak a little bit on it if that's okay, Drew.
Please.
I find this is very important because one place that it does impact the entire municipality. It is opportunity for those who are socioeconomically challenged. It helps in our diversity with the BIPOC community as well. It helps with individual children who have had mental health challenges getting through COVID. It's a long-term impact. It's also a short-term impact, and the reason I believe it needs to go on as a priority now is because if we wait, it takes place in the summer. So if we can build and do things we need to before the winter hits, this will definitely be in line to help folks throughout the next summer and the next year. And it's just a really good thing for mental health for our children. So it hits every category. So that's it. And I hope I get support on it. Thank you, Drew.
Thanks, Jamie. I see Chris and Randy. Randy in the queue.
Oh, sure.
Artifact. Looking through the list, I'm going to throw out the Sullivan Arena.
Oh no, we're just talking about Jamie's
Oh, sorry.
here.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
So the one we got before us is the Arctic Heat softball. Does anybody have questions or particular concerns they'd like to voice on this one?
Thanks, Drew. Question, what's the time frame on this as far as when it needs, when they prefer it to happen or anything driving when it needs to be done?
Is this directed to me, Suzanne?
Yes, I think so, Jamie. Thanks. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you. I just didn't want to interrupt. Yeah, I believe that they're looking at starting this process in the summer so that we could have it ready by next summer. The importance of the reason why we need to start now is because everybody's fully aware of inflation and costs. There's a budget already in place for it. And I know that this is, we have one of the largest softball communities, the municipality does. So for me, the time frame and for the organization would be impactful for it to happen this summer because it's not organized to be able to build these. And this is weather dictated. So thanks, Suzanne.
Thanks, Jamie.
All right, so are folks feeling good about the Arctic Heat? You don't need to talk about it, but we're just going to use the placards to express concern, whether or not you want to voice anything. Go ahead and flip them over if you would have concerns on this one.
Drew, am I allowed to add one more or am I done?
Sure, Jamie, you've been really quiet and not taking a ton of time today. Go ahead and, are you talking another project or another point on this project?
Just another project, and it'll be short and brief, just to bring it up to folks.
I'm sorry, but we're going to try and keep it just to one project per person and follow our order.
Okay,
here.
thanks, Drew.
But
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
to Jamie and everyone else, if we can move through our one projects quickly, then we all get 2 projects. Maybe 3, and I get 4. So, choose time wisely.
Good.
Yep, it looks like that was what it was. Yep. Okay, Chair, you're up. If you've got one, you can certainly pass.
No, I would add from the mayor's office, the beetle kill one. It's on the bottom of page 1 on the short list, beetle kill removal and fire mitigation. My understanding is there is still quite a bit of funding in there, but I just want to make sure we set aside more because this is something that needs to be continuously done. And I would also ask members to consider if there's a way to provide help to individuals. I know we've received emails from homeowners who have trees that are even in the right of way and they do not have the funds sometimes to remove those.
Anybody have questions or concerns they want to voice on the beetle kill topic or project?
Yeah, I'll just add that I support it, and I share the concern about private property, but I also am very hesitant to engage in spending money on private property. So it's certainly a conversation that's going to need some really thoughtful conversation.
Thank you. I see this as not only a public safety issue, but also a jobs act. Because if we're spending a couple $1 million taking down trees, that's going to put people to work, because it takes several people if you're going to cut down trees and do it safely. So I think this is an item that I had toward the top of my list as well. Thank you.
Cameron, and then I think Suzanne is back in the queue.
Yeah, I just want to voice my support as well. I would suggest, it seems like a small thing, but I would suggest that we title it differently and start with fire movement mitigation as the first part of it. I think that's really what it's about. And so it's a little confusing when you first read beetle kill removal as opposed to fire mitigation. So I think that seems like a high priority and also a good investment into long-term public safety. Thank you.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to the discussion, or are we ready to use the cards to flip and show concerns? All right, seeing no further discussion, go ahead and flip your card over if you've got a concern with adding this one to the sort of draft list for the AR.
Take it, we'll go.
All right, Chris, you are up next.
And Chris, before you go, I just want to be the wet blanket for a second and say we probably can not use time to say I support it as much, so we have more time to get through other projects. By not flipping, we know you support it. Be good. Thank you.
So I don't see it on this list, but I know it's on this list, and I know I marked it on my email list, so I'm probably just missing it on this list. And that's the $400,000 for providing connectivity to our recreation centers and to the McDonald's Center.
It's under municipality.
Yes, the last one on the first page. First page, last one.
There we go. Okay, so last one on the first page, providing Wi-Fi for parks and rec facilities across the municipality. And the basic argument is that for 15 years, I've been working with community councils and with community groups around our rec centers. And they always ask, why don't we have computer labs in our rec centers so kids can come and gain access in their neighborhood to the modern tools of jobs and other things? And they always say, well, because we don't have internet here. And community councils can't stream their meetings. And so a one-time investment of these funds would put, I believe, into 5 or 6 facilities, access to broadband. And it has also a domain of emergency response, because these would be fiber-hardened nodes that would be put in. And so those nodes, any one of them could and would likely serve if we had a major breakdown in communication. So it has a emergency operations perspective or a domain. It has an equity domain by providing opportunities to kids. It also brings up our rec centers across the municipality to a basic level of modernity.
Does anybody have any questions or concerns about the community center's Wi-Fi?
I would add one last note. The reason this project came up was because I was hearing reports of kids going and sitting in McDonald's parking lots during the pandemic so they could do homework. And it, to me, it's unacceptable that we don't have a municipal place that's safe and managed that the kids could go to.
All right, well, seeing no discussion, anybody who has a concern with including this one in the draft AR list, go ahead and flip over your card. Another popular pick. Austin, your turn to nominate one if you would care to.
I think I want to nominate sort of a concept or priority idea that I want other people's opinions on, which is childcare. So I'm interested in supporting Girdwood and their effort to have affordable childcare, but we also have Thread, which is a broader organization representing all the providers, as I understand it, who did a good job last time of getting childcare funds out. So I don't know exactly how to put what, where, and how much money, and I want the group's opinion on that, but I want childcare to be the priority of the work we do. And speaking to the transformational nature, there's nothing more transformational than taking care of kids. because they're our future. So to me,
And to help out our digital pilot here real quick, I think I remember that Thread was not the proposer on.
They are
Yeah.
a proposal.
Yeah.
There's like a $9 million ask or something.
Yeah, it's,
and it was to work with a variety of different childcare centers. We could read the blurb if people want that.
Yeah,
But I don't know, is that the right amount? I mean, I'm open to exploring it with this team here, but I want to raise it.
Does anybody have feedback on, I guess if anybody's found where it lives in one of your packets and wants to share that with the group, I think there's a couple folks still hunting for it.
Child Care Connection Inc.
They're DBA spread, Child Care Connection.
All right, so Child Care Connection Inc. is the one that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Is that in this list?
No, it's not.
It should have been because
Shelley, I asked you to include it, so it should have been on this list. I can read the description. It says childcare is a critical infrastructure in the MOA and is a sector that ensures all other work can happen. Thread respectfully requests $9,160,000 blah, 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 to support childcare programs. Thread will issue financial payments to licensed childcare programs to stabilize their business, recruit and retain early educators, and provide affordable childcare for families. The aim is to ensure childcare remains open and available. Thread has experience supporting childcare and has been focused on ensuring childcare survives to support working families in our community now and into the future. And I'll just remind the group that when we went to the food bank and heard about the current status of childcare providers, Stephanie Berglund from Thread told us that according to a recent survey they did, 51% of childcare providers are expecting to maybe go out of business in the next 6 months. So unlike some of the other things where, okay, Wildlife Conservation Center, for instance, I'm wondering, with all the tourism, are they bouncing back? Childcare is not bouncing back. So I think it's important to fund it. It doesn't have to be at that amount. I'm open to, there are some other programs that do job training for childcare providers. That would be great too. But that concept is most important to me.
Okay, does anybody have any questions, concerns, or feedback on alternatives that they want contributed to as part of the discussion? Chris?
Yeah, thank you. My only concern really is the amount, so we can tackle that issue later, but I definitely want to put that marker on the table.
Felix?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess just adding on to what Chris said, the amount and ensuring that if we're going to spend that amount of money, that it is going to be truly transformational in our community, because like we've talked about, we don't want to continue putting pots of funds together for like business support or all these other kinds of support, because sort of we've done that. That's the past. What's next? How are we going to thrive and really be transformational? And I'm not getting the full picture of how that investment's going to be transformational. So I would like to learn more.
Yeah, Austin, if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, I mean, we all just discussed putting $15 million into something that would probably provide services for 500 or fewer people who already have a lot of problems. I mean, let's be honest, like various issues, right? Starting early and helping kids is the way you don't get there. So this is the beginning, this is upstream stuff, and it is way more transformational than downstream care. It just is. In its nature, because it changes the future. So I just take issue with that comparison, yes.
And then,
I'd like
really
to
quick.
respond really briefly. Yeah, so for I appreciate that, but for me, I can understand how a $15 million investment in homelessness can be transformational. I'm not getting it yet for what Thread can do that can be truly transformational, because are we talking about increasing access to childcare, or are we talking about just keeping the childcare open and staying status quo? I don't know. I need that picture.
I would like to add slightly to that nuance, because that's where my mind went, is I think what I've heard is we don't want to just fund what we've done directly to do the same thing. And with Thread and the money that we did put in, the state put behind childcare it was the most money, I think, of just about any project pool that we did, and it didn't change anything. It changed specific individual lives. Well, but here we are again being asked now to do the same thing again. That's the challenge that I see, and I see the value of the investment in kids. And so I think to Felix's point, let's try to figure out how to target the investment in a way that's not simply maintaining the status quo, but is in fact doing something transformational. So there's a nuance there.
Yeah, I just disagree. Maintaining the status quo means having childcare. So if you don't maintain it, you don't. That is,
I've got Jamie and Suzanne in the queue here.
Are you asking, am I able to speak now, Drew?
Yes, you're up, Jamie.
Okay, thank you. So for me, as a parent to kids who've been in daycare for a brief amount of time, it's not necessarily that the daycare needs help.
Can you speak
and the
up,
parents,
Jamie?
because
Sorry to
it's a
interrupt.
deal.
Sorry, we can't hear you too well. Sorry about the interruption. If you could speak up.
Here, I took it off. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Yep, that's great.
Okay, sorry about that. So for me, it's about the parents aren't taking their kids to daycare as much, and the prices for daycare have gone through the roof. So are we really looking at helping the parents, or are we actually helping the daycares just keep increasing their prices? So there's a balance that has to be made. They have been able to recover. I think at a certain point, if they need it, it needs to be bonded for that organization, or their community needs to do it. But we need to make sure that when we're doing this, and kids are important, but again, as a parent to children, I get how the prices of daycare have escalated. I understand how parents are actually not putting their kids in daycare anymore because a lot of parents are working from the home. So we have to bring a balance to it, and it's just not something that I would support. Thank you, Drew.
Suzanne?
Thanks, Drew. I appreciate Ms. Quinn-Davis and Austin for bringing this up. I think this is super important, and child and family supports are one of our 4 priorities. And we know also that childcare is critical for economies to thrive, and our local economies depend on it. I'm not trying to make so much an argument in favor of this specific one. I guess I keep coming back to the policy approach too. I mean, how do we ensure there is long-term viability for childcare and it's affordable and it does all the things that we want it to do? And to your point, Austin, we ensure that there are childcare facilities available. So for me, I guess it does come back to that question. This is a really important investment we need to make, and is this the specific way in which we need to make it? Which I think is kind of what Felix and Chris were saying too. Thanks.
Austin, do you have a wrap up before we ask people to fill their cards to indicate certain concern?
I guess I just appreciate, I don't think what Suzanne said was the same thing Felix and Chris said, and I agree with what Suzanne said. And I think that, I just appreciate, I'm trying to be flexible, right? I'm like, oh, you want $15 million for yet another homeless project? Okay, I see the value. I'm going to try to support it. This is like fundamental. And so I think there needs to be a little, like we all kind of need to give and take. And it doesn't have to be through thread. It can be something else. But, I don't know. I guess I'm a little frustrated because a moment ago it's like, let's fund $2.5 million to organizations that was the status quo. That's what we did last year. They didn't even ask for the money. Let's do that. And now it's like, here's a request for childcare. And we're like, we're not really sure that's transformational enough. So I'm feeling frustrated about that. But I'll quiet down because
I should add one thing that when we were back in the CARES Act process, we had a presentation, a proposal put before us that said we need $10 to $14 million a month in order for childcare to survive. And it was so shocking to me that that kind of ask was being made and that it never materialized, and yet we still have childcare here. And so if $14 or $10 million a month is the need in fact, then this funds 1 month of services. Now the argument, and I'm not saying I stand for this, but that we build the capacity in Girdwood because it doesn't exist and they need it for X number of millions of dollars. That creates a new service that provides a long-term benefit that I can wrap my mind around. And so to me, all of this conversation about childcare goes back now 2 years where I was just shocked by the ask. And the state did come up with, I think, $100 million, and it was nowhere near $10 million a month. But we can't do that. And so I just wonder, I want to make sure what we do, it meets the need in a way that does something good.
Me too. But criticize, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so if folks want to flip over their cards for if they've got concerns about the red one that I'm forgetting the name of right now.
Childcare action.
when we flip over a card now, are we willing to eliminate now?
No.
So if cost or if the amount is a concern, we can flip over the card, but that's not taking it off the slate. Okay.
And just for clarification, because this is a work session, these conversations, I mean, it's essentially to polling and getting information. We can't take any action. So there is no official voting that's going on in this meeting. This is a conversation geared towards getting more information. Thanks.
And just to clarify one thing as well. For me, if I were to flip my card, would that take it off the potential of it being on the draft list?
So literally what's happening, because we've sort of strayed from the process that we came in here with, is that the number of people who flipped over cards is information that Shelley is recording on one of the columns in this spreadsheet. That information is going to be available to all of you guys, and if you want to draft an AR or an S version of the AR and put projects in, you will have that information available to you. But there's no official recommendation from the facilitators for what we do with that information. So I'm trying to get you guys all on the same page in terms of what these things mean. So the information is valuable. But it's going to be up to whoever comes up with the next version of the legislative vehicle to decide what to do with that list.
Okay, that was a rather nebulous answer, but I appreciate it.
The question was, is it taken off? The answer is no.
I just want to be indicating that I don't support a project, even if I have a concern about it. It's our part, so.
Yeah. All right, so did folks flip over theirs if they had concerns? I've got one flipped over here. All right, Forrest, it is your turn to nominate a project.
Thank you, Drew. I would like to nominate Cook Inlet Housing Authority's Kabbalah Corners Phase 2. This is affordable housing is one of our top priorities. This is 38 units of affordable housing. 38 units. It's not their full request. They asked for $3 million. We're providing $2 million. The total project is $19.9 million. And so they have a variety of other sources. As is often the case, I have faith in Carol Gore to find that missing million. And this is transformational. This is new built affordable housing in our community, which we desperately need.
Does anybody have any questions or particular concerns they want to voice for the group?
Thanks, Drew. Question, Forrest. I'm sorry, did you say a particular amount? Did you say that?
It's $2 million here. $2 million is our desired average funding level. We asked for 3. I think we can do it at 2. This is on the first page near the bottom. Housing Authority, Kabbalah Corners, Phase 2.
Could you refresh my memory, and maybe it's on the big list? For a project like this, what do these funds go to? Since it will be
gap funding to support the second phase of Kabbalah Corners, a 38-unit affordable rental family housing unit. Also, Kabbalah is the Denina word for spruce. Yeah, that's the information we have. So clearly, they're going to go out and find $18 million, and we'd be kicking in $2 million and go to build 38 units.
Thanks.
What was the location? Was this the one at Spinard?
Spinard, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, is that the C? Oh, yeah. It's like C apostrophe B. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I was thinking of like.
Okay, seeing no further discussion at the moment, folks want to flip their cards over if they've got concerns with including this one in the AR? In the AR spreadsheet, or the spreadsheet to be attached to the AR?
All right, moving right along. Mr. Peterson.
Thanks, Drew. Well, I'm sure you'll all be very surprised I'm going to advocate for the Anchorage racial pilot. So, and the situation is, MLK Stadium is an aging facility, to put it kindly. And the original clubhouse for the glacier pilots needs to be rebuilt, and they're going to be acquiring a relocatable classroom from the school district and moving that down to the stadium. And that will be a transitional building, while the old facility is torn down and a new one is built. And so this is just the start of that project. And when we get around to putting items on the ballot for bonding next year, my request will be an amount to rebuild that facility. And it they may actually end up using this relocatable for a couple seasons until the new facility is finished. And so, the request is just for $50,000. They know it's going to end up being at least $100,000 by the time they get the relocatable moved and set up and hooked up. And the overall project's at least going to be $500,000. And some of the members of the board have already put things on their credit card. And they're a nonprofit, and the board members receive no compensation. So anyway, this is just something that not only will the Alaska League players benefit from this, but all the high school and American Legion players also end up using the facility down in Katy Stadium. Thank you.
Do you have any questions or concerns that anybody wants to voice for the group?
Did anyone check in with the Bucks?
The Bucks actually built their facility behind their dugout here about 20 years ago. So, and I actually was talking to the general manager of the Bucks the other day. So
I was more referring to the war between their teams, but it's all good.
It's not as bad as the war between Fairbanks and Anchorage.
That's true.
Do we have any other questions or voice concerns? Go ahead and jump into those. Otherwise, folks, go ahead and start flipping your cards. So if you have a concern with including this one and the table to be used for the draft AR, all right, Mr. Rivera, your turn.
Thanks. All right, so so going off of the premise of what is your idea of a truly transformational project, there are two projects here that before I went on vacation in June had begun the discussions of what it would look like to combine them. So I'm going to propose them as a combined project with hopefully some additional details coming in the future, because I haven't, since I came back from vacation recently, I don't know what the status is. So those two projects are the Welcoming Center Planning and Design Funding, which is on page 1. It's the first half of page 1. And then the second project is on page 3, the first half of page 3, ACPERG's Economic Freedom Hub of Anchorage. There was discussion of combining those two projects and sort of focusing on the welcoming part of it. As folks may remember, the school district used to have a welcoming center, and specifically it was for welcoming our immigrants and refugees, the parents and particularly the children, into the school system and getting things set up, because it's a change in culture, and folks tend to need a lot of help in that change. So this goes off of that idea, maybe even is a little bit more expansive than the school district's prior welcoming center, which closed down some years ago. So it's resetting that, I think, very important piece of infrastructure that we see in a lot of jurisdictions around the country that have large immigrant and refugee populations, similar to Anchorage. We do have a large immigrant and refugee population. And then the second idea is the economic freedom hub of Anchorage. And the idea there is really helping folks, as it says, provide for their own economic freedom. So I think the two ideas go hand in hand, and I think they could be quite transformational. I don't know a dollar amount because obviously the two are very different. One is actually providing funding for purchase of a building, I believe, or renovations of a building, and then the other is just design funding. But I at least want to put it out there as a transformational idea. Thanks.
Thank you, Felix. Does anyone have any questions or concerns they'd like to share with the group?
Thanks, Drew. I just wanted to note too, I think there's a lot of opportunity for synergy with the Welcome Center with some ideas that were put forward by other nonprofits as well. And I think this one would be definitely a good one to have further conversation about, and as Felix mentioned, the transformational piece. There is a lot of potential there.
Yeah, thanks. And actually, that comment actually reminds me. So it says organization name, some of the members, Felix Rivera and Susanna France. Just want to say that money isn't going into our pockets. We put that there because this is actually a coalition of different nonprofits that are working on this, and no one of them is really taking ownership or lead right now, but they include organizations like the Alaska Literacy Project, RAISE with Catholic Social Services, Alaska Immigration Justice, and other groups.
I'm so glad you said that. I keep crossing that off on my copy, but can I make just a request to change that to, I don't know, something else? Anything else? Collaborative, welcoming center.
Sure.
Just call it welcoming center.
Kieran?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess I'm not really very clear on the proposal because it's a combination of two proposals, but it is a group of nonprofits, and it sounds like a concept, but I don't really know if I completely understand what it is or how it would work or who's involved and how much money it would cost and. So I guess lots of questions. This doesn't seem like it's a fully baked idea that would need to be vetted and discussed and strengthened. And so it's certainly, I wouldn't suggest that we bring it forward to have it funded immediately. I think it's something that, as you said, needs further discussion. Thanks.
Thanks. So I guess just to respond to that and provide a little clarity. So so the Welcoming Center planning and design funding, that's quite literally looking at planning for the scope of the facility. So if it looks like we're not exactly sure what's going to happen in the facility, that's because we're not exactly sure. They're looking at funding for planning and design. And the other project, the Freedom Hub, I do think they have a little bit more of an idea. I wish I had their project in front of me. But to, I guess, get to your last point, yes, I agree that this isn't something that necessarily needs to be funded right now, but I do, going to the prompt of this, do think that it will be transformational. Thanks.
Thanks, Drew. And I just wanted to add that this came about from trying to combine some of the efforts of different groups. For example, one of the nonprofits, their long-term plan involves relocating to another building, and their mission would be better served if they could co-locate with several other nonprofits. And so through the course of the work sessions, the idea, like for example, there are a couple kitchen or projects on here, and I don't want to get ahead of it because it's conceptual, but there could be a possibility for maybe that being a part of the Welcome Center. It is in a very early stage of discussion, and part of that is because there's the effort of trying to bring together those potential groups to share space and not duplicate.
So, for the combined project of the Welcome Center and Economic Independence Hub, again, if you've got concerns, go ahead and flip your card over. If you're happy to have it included in the table to be attached to the first AR, go ahead and leave them up.
I'm flipping it for another meeting, not just for concern.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, thanks a bunch, Felix and everybody else, and Randy. And,
I thought you were done, I'm sorry. I was gonna, yeah. Can I go at the very end, because Meg actually shared a short list, and I was just gonna read it since she's not here.
You are.
You go first, Randy. I thought we were done, sorry.
So quick question for answer. So the ones we did earlier that were yellow, like Girdwood, Little Bears, is that staying yellow?
Yes, but with the caveat that it's just like, it's been treated the same way the rest of these have been. We don't get to introduce ordinances, and we don't put anything on there. And so we're going to hand this back to you guys, and then you can do what you have with. But yes, we've treated those first three the same that we've treated the nominated ones around the circle.
Okay. So tough because there's a lot of good projects on here, and a lot of them that I think will get funded, so I'm probably not going to push them forward. So I'm trying to pick the ones I think are good that maybe not get funded. And for this first round, if we get more in, I'm going to go with the I believe it's Rabbit Creek Community Council for the improvements to Potter's Marsh. So we all drive by Potter's Marsh, we see the number of tourists, the number of residents that go there, that use the facilities, bird watch, rest break, tour companies use it all the time. It's probably inadequate. So it's something that could take that space, that outdoor space, and I think transform it into a premier park in Anchorage that the outside world attends and sees often.
Randy, can you describe exactly what you know?
Yeah, right now the main thing is we're trying to make sure there's adequate parking and restrooms available. There's, I think we saw a photo of the line stacked up, but it's also that south parking lot right by the Rabbit Creek subdivision. Right on the end of the subdivision, the hill, Potter's Marsh, and that's overused as well. And trying to make that more of a formal parking area with structure and restrooms.
I thought we were going to include some additional boardwalks too.
Maybe.
Yeah, can I ask another question too?
Yeah, please.
Is that state? No, that's Muni land. I'm thinking for my old job, the Muni actually owns some parcels in there, right? So it's Potter Marsh, okay. So it's part, no? Shelley saying, oh yeah, Shelley, you probably know.
State.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would we then give the state, I guess because ADF&G contacted us, right? So we would then give the state money to build like park facilities? Is that kind of what the mechanism is that for?
I think that's how that would go.
Yeah, I guess I don't have an objection to it. I think it's a good idea. I'm just wondering why the state wouldn't pay for it, and I'm sure they would just say, because we don't have any money, and we'd rather give them a huge PFD, but I was just wondering if, I think it's a good idea generally.
So my only concern is that I would put this in that bucket of those kind of park projects and other projects that are valuable, but we should probably have a conversation about them as a whole. And so, because I think it is fair for us to make investments like this that improve access and makes things safer and more accessible, but we should do it as a whole, not in bites, I think. So that would be my only concern, would be hopefully we put it in that bucket and talk about them all.
Shep?
Yeah, I just looked up in the project proposal, and it says in the letter that this is being largely funded by Federal Highways Administration funds, and those funding rules preclude their use for certain aspects of the project, such as boardwalks. So I think that's why they need outside funding.
Any other questions or comments about this one?
Thanks. Just a quick comment that I do favor the approach of setting these similar ones aside and taking a look at them together and not including this on the resolution at this time, but keeping it there for further discussion.
Can you flip your cards again if you want?
Yeah, but we haven't done that yet. So if there's no other comments or questions in the discussion, if you have concerns that you want noted, go ahead and flip. All right, and then Austin, did you want to pick one from Meg's list and throw that out?
Well, I don't know how I would pick, and I don't want to do that for her, so maybe she highlighted 5 that are her top priorities, so I might just read them, just so the group knows. I think she would be okay with that. I think she'd be okay with that. She sent these to us, okay. Midtown District Plan, I'm sure Felix would support that as well, which is a $100,000 ask, coincides with the major AMAPS quarter studies in the area. I'm sorry, she said reduce requested funding to $200,000. The rural cap deferred maintenance, and she was saying, that's really important for rapid rehousing, and these are some of the most affordable units in Anchorage. She has a lot of information about that. Alaska Literacy Project, building renovation, which Forrest highlighted earlier, and I think might be on the list. I don't really even know what the list is anymore, but Providence Crisis Stabilization Workforce Development, and that's something that no one's brought up individually, but I think a lot of people think the Providence projects are important and priorities for us, and then Mountain View Health Services.
Could we pick one and just do we're going to have enough to go around the second round. We might even get a third because we're moving here, so we can do another one and another one. We might get through 3 or 5.
The one that had the most.
Sure, maybe
deferred maintenance.
Maybe rural cap deferred maintenance. I think she's mentioned that as a priority in the past.
Okay.
I feel a little funny picking.
Chris, I'm sorry, we have a reading the nonverbal.
Yeah, it's just a process concern that this methodology, again, will bias larger projects and kind of not the smaller ones. Because again, I'm not going to use my 1 time or 2 times around the room for $6,000 ask. And so I just want us all to be conscious of that, because there are a lot of smaller projects that we're not going to get on the table unless we spend another 25 hours going in circles.
That's the plan.
So would you like to pick, should we?
Rural cap.
Rural cap? Okay, so the rural cap. Alaska Community Action Program. Do you want to speak to it? Can anyone speak to rural cap?
Oh, I can.
Okay, thanks, Forrest.
The Supportive Housing Team operates 16 housing facilities in Anchorage, providing housing to hundreds of previously unhoused, special needs, and low-income people per year. Recent assessments indicated the properties need drastic repairs, and if left uncorrected, 263 units of housing, affordable housing, will become unlivable. This project will preserve existing affordable housing for the most vulnerable in Anchorage through necessary capital projects.
And maybe I'll just add for Cameron's benefit, also these funds, this was in her narrative, will be leveraged against existing funds to offset inflation increases that would otherwise delay projects further and possibly take these units offline.
Any questions or concerns?
Can you say the amount again? Can I also what's the amount?
500,000.
500,000.
I think the total project is 1.6 million, but what we have here is 500,000.
Yeah, so I love the idea. I'm just curious what other pots of federal funding has Rural Capital stored, and is that part of their stack already?
Any other questions or concerns? All right, on the Rural Cap project, if you have concerns that you want noted in the spreadsheet, flip over your little blue placard.
We're watching the camera.
All right. And then we are back at the start, and we will go around again for rounds. This is very exciting. I think we can get to round 4 at Lada.
So Dan, Cameron.
Cameron started.
Oh, okay.
He was the first project. Yeah. A $15 million.
Question real quick before we go. Chris had mentioned the diaper project, and did that one get on the list or not? No?
I'm certainly not going to use one of my limited opportunities to put it on the table, but I think it's absurd that we don't. And so I think we should just, like, by acclamation, just add those. But, you know.
Can we just do that?
Sorry.
I would love that.
Because he's actually going to be sworn in and vote, I think Dan should be able to nominate project.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, great, thank you. One that I would really like to advocate for would be the Alaska Black Caucus Equity Center renovation. This would be something downtown. They already have a building on barrel. They're ready to go. They just need the funds. And for me, this hits on many of our targets: economic development, equity, creating opportunity for historically marginalized communities. I know that they've received grants in the past, but I feel like they've done just an incredible job with their programming, their messaging, especially through the pandemic. I recently got to do free vision screenings. I had my business out there. They did the BIPOC health fair. And I attended a lot of their community conversations. They've hosted candidate forums. So I think having this hub, this center, where people can, they're going to be even below market rate co-working space and event space. This is something that can really be a center for education, teaching financial literacy, and just a hub of our community, as well as revitalizing a building in downtown. So I really support this one. Thanks.
Any questions or comments or concerns on this project?
Yeah, so my only concern is the synergy of this project with some of the other projects. I think there is a natural synergy, and with some of the particular projects that I put forward. So I just want to make sure whatever we're doing, we're getting the best sort of bang for our buck, since this is the last big batch of federal dollars that we need to be getting like this. So if there's any way that we can continue looking at that, I think that would be great.
My comment will be brief, just that Daniel, I don't think, had an opportunity to submit projects, but one person did mark this one, and that was me.
I did too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, then there should be 2.
Any other questions or comments on this one?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I think I have a similar question to Felix, which is, what were you trying to, how this might work with if there are other proposals that offer similar services, and I feel like there were, but I might be wrong. I'm not clear, and maybe this is the fact that we have hundreds of proposals and it's hard to keep track of all of them, but we gave quite a bit of money to this project before. So I guess I would want to know, how has that money, just like other ones where we've done that, how's that money been spent, what progress have they made, and then where are we going with the next batch?
So I can speak briefly to that. And the other project I think you might have been thinking of, one more is the Emoja Co-working Incubator, which is a similar and very interesting project that I would like to see funded. But this project, we funded 50% of their project, the actual capital, and they secured the matching funds. And so they acquired and have the building now, and they're working on the process of getting the building upgraded, and the space is ready to go for implementation. And so this ask is for the operational side. They did complete the requested match and the kind of the milestones that we set up for them, which is very exciting because they did it rather quickly, which demonstrated to me broad support.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Any other questions or concerns? All right, go ahead and flip over.
Drew?
Oh, sorry. Oh, Kevin.
I'm sorry, I was going to text Suzanne to flip my card. I apologize.
Okay, and I see I have Kevin flipped over as well. Why don't you go ahead first, Jamie, and then we'll go to Kevin.
No, go ahead, Kevin, and I'll hold and I'll come in right after him here. Thank you.
I think my concerns have been reiterated by the other individuals here. You will just get those questions answered and we delve into this deeper. Thank you.
Okay, Jamie.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a little bit of concerns of what has actually been and is being accomplished, and maybe we can get those questions answered by that organization in the future. Thank you, Drew.
All right, so moving to the stage where if you have concerns you want noted before we move on to the next project, go ahead and flip your placard. All right, we'll move it. So, Cameron, I was under the impression, I'll come right back to you in a second, that the $15 million project that you brought up we started with, did we not do the full discussion with that?
I thought so.
Yeah, I thought we did. Okay, great. So, because when I said you had gone, I got looks like, yes. So, okay.
So we're starting the second round?
Yeah, we're
so just want to throw out a suggestion to Chris's idea. Do we want to make this round 100 grand or less?
Small project.
Small projects.
Okay.
Lightning round.
But yeah, let's try. I think we can get through 4, maybe 5 rounds. There we go. We got the process. Let's get cooking. All right, Cameron, you ready to go?
He was.
I just want to know.
Well, we can do it on the next. We can do it on round 3.
I just want to know we have 52 minutes left, so if you want to get through multiple rounds, the comments are free. It's really short.
1 hour and 52 minutes, right?
How about round 3?
I propose the Providence Health Services Crisis Stabilization Center Workforce Development.
That's a big one.
We're not.
All right, let's do this. Round 3. Okay, next round.
Give you time to get ready.
Cameron, what page is that on?
12.
Oh, 9.
I can read it if you want.
That's the support project, the same thing?
Not supportive housing, this is the crisis stabilization center.
Got it.
It's on the last page of the spreadsheet.
Do you accept mine by chance?
No, mine has my horrible scroll, and yours has the nice little columns and lines.
Oh, there it is.
See, look, open it up. See, nice. In the front. Look at it, orderly. Take it out.
Oh, that's what this is. I missed that, yes.
Yeah, that's a great gesture.
Okay, has everyone found it? And can we give Cameron a really brief, 10 seconds to say what the project is?
We all know crisis stabilization is part of the Crisis Now model. It's a game changer for our community. It's going to impact not only our ability to have great public safety, but it's going to bring the right services to the right people at the right time. And this is a key component of that. And it is a project that is being pushed forward by Providence, and it's leveraged significantly by other funders as well. So I think this is a really important thing that needs to be moving forward and will have a transformative long-term impact on our community.
Awesome. Any pressing questions or concerns?
What's the amount?
Yeah, that's the question.
It's $894,000.
$894,762.37.
Very specific.
Providence.
My question is, will this integrate with like the MCT or any of the crisis now model work that we're doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Three-legged stool.
This is the third leg of the stool, yeah. There's also a crisis stabilization center being brought up by Alaska Medical and NTHC, so it's South Central Foundation. So that's the second project going on there. This is a really important one. We need to get moving forward.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, if people want to reset their placards and then flip them down if you've got any concerns with this one.
She has objected to the process.
All right, going once, going twice.
Now Suzanne, going on to the phones. Kevin, it is back to you. Do you have another project you want to nominate for consideration?
Yes, actually, so with a limit, the Chugach Mountain Riders is asking $1.5 million for trails in the Chugach River area, and I would like to do half of that, $750,000. Since the time that organization spoke to them, because I was, gosh, I think that's a lot of money. What are you trying to achieve here? Basically, if you study the trail map in the Chugach River area, it's very, very good. There's areas where, within 100 yards of the elementary school, where kids will be pushed out of the shoulder road and traffic is 50 miles per hour. Unfortunately, we've kind of taken sidelines of a lot of big county groups and other areas to do a lot of diversity as far as trail maintenance, but it's a very disjointed trail system that needs some significant improvements. Chugach Trail Riders works independently with nonprofits with volunteer labor. They get a lot more done than we do through municipalities. Many of you may or may not realize this, but there is not a code compliance for trails. So when they're done by municipality, they're required to be done to DOT regulations, which is extremely expensive. But when these are done by private organizations, nonprofits, or while they can get it done for a fraction of the cost that we can do through public resources. So I would like to put this one out there and amend it to 50% of ask, and I would hope someone would support that. Again, bicycle trails, that's children, that's families, that's individuals accessing parks, all walks of life, and when you live in Eagle River long enough in Chugach, you realize that the trail system is just so disjointed with the physical safety concerns. I'm really surprised we haven't seen more accidents yet, but anybody's input, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Right on. So do we have any questions or concerns about this one? Forrest, and I think I heard Chris was in the queue.
Thank you, Drew. I think I strongly support this, but I have a little confusion about what exactly it is. I've gotten a lot of different emails, and they sort of refer to different things. I think they're all the same thing, though. So you're talking about Chugach Mountain Bike Riders is the name of the organization, right? And then in our sheet, it says progress with emphasis on the northern extension of the coastal trail in Eagle River. And then, or perhaps it's a different one. But that's the project that's for Chugach Mountain Bike Riders. And then I've got other emails that refer to, I think it's either the Fire Line Trail or Fire Creek Trail. Can you help me, Kevin, just sort of understanding what exactly, which trail you're talking about?
Absolutely, that's the next question for us. So, yes, first, Chugach Mountain Riders is a nonprofit organization that does a lot of trail maintenance and work out there. But the coastal trail expansion and the Fire Link Trail system is all part of the same thing.
Okay.
In fact, you go back 40 years, there was a comprehensive trail map that was supposed to, the coastal trail was supposed to go all the way to the Swoosh. A lot of people don't realize that was actually the original plan, which might still exist. So what we're talking about is along that corridor that is that there's disjointed sections of the trail that where it ends and then you jump out on the road and you pick up a couple hundred yards later or maybe this residential development and get back on the trail. So this is all part of that same trails plan. it sometimes gets referred to as the Firelink Trail System, but in the comprehensive Anchorage plan, it was all part of the Tony Nose Coastal Trail System that cut all the way through there to that main artery, connected a lot along the lakes, and actually had some spur lines. So we're going back to a municipally approved plan that unfortunately was not, they didn't do it in any phase. We got
Thanks, Kevin. I think you clarified everything people needed clarified here.
Yes. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I strongly support this project. Thank you.
So I think it was, if I have a quick question, it was 9 something and then 10.5. It was Kevin's proposal. I have a question about this. The Eagle River Chugiak area has their own Parks and Rec process and group and function and levy. And so has Parks and Rec had any part in this? And if not, I would love us to figure out a way to pull in the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Rec folks. If in part, but in part for some matching funds, so skin in the game commitment from the local Parks and Rec folks, because these will ultimately be parklands in their area and part of their parks plan. I do support it, but I just want to see stake out there.
Chris, can I respond to you on that?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you. So the Parks and Rec right now, they have all their funds that are already earmarked, but I think it's a good idea. I think you're right about having some skin in the game, and I can look into it for us before the next meeting, and perhaps they could, I think they are aware, but let me reiterate or let me bring that to them and see what parts we could contribute and make it maybe a split.
Thanks, and it doesn't even have to be an equitable split. It just has to be some demonstration that they're on board that's reasonable.
I agree.
Suzanne, or is that for the vote?
I do have a question. Thanks, Drew. And just to confirm to Jamie and Kevin, that's 4.5 million? No. But can some?
Oh, yes, and I would like to also say, Suzanne, that with Parks and Rec, if we do go ahead and fund that and make that part of the project, Chugiak Eagle River Parks and Rec would be responsible for maintaining that. So that could be partially their skin in the game. And again, I'll address it with them to see if they've been addressed this issue in other ways too.
So it's half of the 975,000, not half of the 50,000 or half of the 1.5, 50 million or 1.5 down.
Kevin proposed half of the 1.5.
Half of the 1.5.
Yeah, he proposed 750, but the average of all of the proposed.
Okay, I'm just trying to get clarity in what the ask is.
I don't have the answer when I'm walking, but I'll follow up with you guys if you don't mind.
And just,
Kevin, can you clarify what your proposal is for? Is it for 750,000?
Yeah, well, Chugiak Mountain Riders app is page 6. It's the second from the top. And it's kind of blurred on my version format. But they're actually 1.5 million. And my request was to cut it in half to 750,000. It's in half of what they're asking. I spoke to them and they said, well, you don't ask, you don't get. And I said, well, sometimes you do yourself agree to this service if you go out. You're crazy.
So I think we're trying to keep things moving here. So I think we've sort of fleshed out what's going on with this one and what's on the table. So please use your placards to indicate if you have any concern with including this one at the amount of 750,000.
And I would just, last words I would make on this is I would like to see this one in that bucket of the parks projects that we contemplate as a whole. And so I don't know what color that code is, but that's my only concern. I think it's a great project.
Okay, and that brings us to Jamie. And Jamie, I'm just going to reiterate here that in your initial introduction, if you could keep it to about 10 seconds, we'll make it through a lot more projects if people focus just on questions and concerns and leave alone the reasons to support.
So my next project would be for the Cook Inlet Archery, and that's $100,000 give. They impact statewide too. They have some of the largest archery competitions there. They hold fundraisers for children and family members to get money for their bow and arrows. It's $25 a year for annual membership, and it's something the whole family can do. It's been growing. They started off with 15 individuals. They're up to 100 individuals. This will enhance their course to be able to have more competition. It will also give them more targets, clear the trails better. This is a nonprofit. They do all the work themselves. This will really give them a boost and be able to bring more family, children in together to participate and do activities as a whole. That's it.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions or concerns? Is yours down for a question, Chris? Seeing no questions, if you could go ahead and use your placards to indicate if you have a concern with moving this project forward. Okay, and Chair LaFrancs, similar request, 10-15 seconds.
Thanks. If I could just start with a clarifying question. When we started this process, did we start with ALP, United Way, and Girdwood Little Bears on there? Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. And then also, can we just agree, or can I ask, I see you laughing, Felix, if everyone is in agreement on the $100,000 for the ARPA administration, so that none of us have to use our that, because I think we had consensus on that before. Okay, so that one's also on the list.
Suzanne, is the replacement part of that?
No, that's just for the ARPA administration, the $100,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that question well. Is that something we should ask if we all want to do that, or is that more complicated?
I think the revenue replacement is more complicated, but I thought we had consensus before to cover the cost of grant administration for the administration. So then my next one would be a request for area plan funding. And I know we have, in Midtown and Girdwood are on there, and I can speak to Girdwood because Girdwood, as you all know, is housing constrained like many places in the municipality and in the country. And one of the roadblocks is that the area plan hasn't been updated. And so updating that and continuing that work, which this body has funded, is really critical. And I'm assuming that there may be other areas, I'm not sure specifically for Midtown. So I would ask for like $400,000 for area and district plan updates for the purpose of being able to, from a policy perspective, address issues of housing and economic development in particular.
What's the title of that?
It would be, I mean, it really is under the Imagine Girdwood, but it just seemed like since Midtown has one, and maybe that doesn't work. If it doesn't work,
That's totally fine, Suzanne. So the Midtown one, to include it as a combined project, which is what I'm hearing Suzanne say, so let's do it, is the Anchorage Community Development Authority Midtown Neighborhood Plan. I know, it was on the list.
if there were any other.
So I was in discussions as well with Meg about this, that the South Edition group has been seeking support to finalize their plan. And there are, like you said, in a more general way, probably other neighborhoods. And from a fairness perspective, it might be wise to think about it more broadly. But I would add South Edition at approximately, I don't know, Daniel, what do you think? I was thinking like 25,000, which would be on top of 20 that they previously received. This would be top off dollars. It would fit in that same bucket. But I strongly support Midtown and Girdwood. It seems like it's always an issue.
So I had just thought 400,000 in case there are other plans that need updating, because as we especially take on housing and economic development, I mean, if the plans aren't updated, then that becomes a roadblock.
Okay, so we have sort of a new item that isn't just any one of these in particular, but it includes at least two of them. And so Suzanne is asking about setting aside $400,000 for area and district plan updates. Does anyone have questions or concerns about that? All right, seeing no discussion, please use your placard to indicate if that's something that you are in favor of.
Concern.
Yeah, if you have a concern.
Okay. Changing the rules.
By leaving your placard up, you're using your placard to indicate that you are supportive.
Can I ask if the Children's Trust labor thing is, or did we do add the labor programs?
We did.
We did. Okay. Can you guys add there's two labor?
We didn't have to vote for those. We all agreed. It was by acclamation, consensus.
Cool.
There were two of them though.
Yeah.
There was the litter. What was the other one?
I don't think we caught that. Could you tell us?
Yeah, I didn't catch that either. But I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that did happen, but
Why
maybe we didn't hear it, say it loud enough.
Okay.
Is anyone here opposed to providing children and babies
Shows her evil side. Go, chair, go.
Gotta have a little fun.
All right, keeping cruising here. We've got about 30 minutes left. Chris, you are up.
I'm not sure how popular this one's going to be because of our orientation to the pandemic, but I am going to make a move to support the United Way's Restaurant and Hunger Relief Program. But that's $1 million. It's a big ask, even though they could spend it. And I have heard concerns that, well, why would we pay businesses to make profit to make meals? But there's another way to look at it, and that is we have nonprofits that are, in some cases, delivering meals, but they need support, and there's an opportunity to support businesses, keep them going, and provide competition, actually, to the nonprofits to make sure we're getting the fairest deal for the meal programs we are supporting. And so I believe that this project has some value going forward, but I would like to also add a restriction to them that they contemplate a plan for how to make this project work without government subsidy, because I think there's a role for it going forward, but they need to come up with it, not us.
Okay, so we've got the United Way of Anchorage Restaurant and Hunger Relief Program at an amount of $1 million on the table. And Kevin, were you hopping in the queue or just indicating that you had a concern?
I'm not so much concerned that I also agree. I support this one. I was a little, actually had an opportunity to speak with people involved in this program, some restaurant owners. It was one of those things that kind of operated in the shadows that we didn't realize existed. But one is providing really high quality food. Two is a program that helps support businesses during COVID when they're being reduced by providing high quality meals to individuals in need. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized that it actually did a lot of good. It's supported by a lot of restaurant owners to give this COVID relief. And so those programs that help those restaurants who made it through the pandemic, I support them. I'm all about.
Okay.
I support them. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Do we have any questions or concerns about this one?
I had a question. Is this the same program that CHAR was involved in? That CHAR has been played a role in directing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the same program we've been doing for years.
Okay. Yeah.
For at least 8 years.
Hospitality.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that many of the restaurants are maxed out right now and having a hard time getting help.
So I really appreciate that. But if you don't have any questions or concerns, then I'm going to ask that we keep moving forward and focus just on those.
I think the concern was, can they actually implement this?
Is that what you're going to say?
I think that was his concern. Okay. And my response is that they have off times when they aren't doing their traditional work of their restaurant that they can, and have stated willingness to do the preparation.
Okay.
Okay, so I do have a concern, but I'm going to preface it. So I think being consistent with something that I said earlier regarding the child care, I'm not interested in continuing to fund the same thing over and over again. This was on my top priority list, but it was on there with the idea that I want to challenge United Way and Hospitality, Sylvia, to figure out sort of what's next. I'm not interested in funding the same thing over and over again. Thanks.
I would just offer that I agree. I think I said that I want to make sure they come forward with a plan that tells us where it's going outside of the funding we can provide, because this is probably it.
Only around restaurants.
Okay, so if you could please use your placard to indicate if you have a concern with funding the United Way Restaurant and Hunger Relief Program. All right, Austin, your 10 seconds to propose another project.
Felix is trying to bait me. It might work, but no, I would like to put forward the VOA Mental Health in Schools project with the caveat that there's also an ASD proposal and there's another third party, I think, proposal on here to also do behavioral health in schools. So I want to hear, and I think Shelley's working on trying to get in touch with these guys. How does their work align or not? I don't want it to be duplicative, but the VOA program was really successful last year that we funded, and I'd like to see that keep going. Oh, so you can do it.
Questions, concerns, or can anyone speak to the synergy this may have with the related?
Is it transformational?
I honestly wasn't paying attention to you, so could you repeat?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
That's okay, I appreciate the honesty. It's, I thought you were going to say it's transformational.
She was going to throw something at you.
VOA mental health, but in the schools, but also there's an ASD proposal, and another party wants to propose behavioral health, which I think is somewhat similar. So how do those all align or not? And Shelley's been working on getting some follow-up info, but all of those together, or at least VOA potentially.
So, should we do what Suzanne did with the area plans and say mental health in schools and figure out what that looks like, what organization that goes to down the road?
I think what Suzanne did is just fund two separate things, so that doesn't sound the same.
General category.
She funded a general category.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine with me, but we just need to get that information from them, and then we'll be able, I mean, yeah, we're not gonna decide it today, so I don't think it matters, but it should be on the list, whatever that list is, get started.
Quick question, who came and gave the presentation to us?
VOA.
VOA.
All right, seeing no further discussion, could folks use their placards to indicate if they are concerned with sort of lump line item for youth mental health?
Randy, is that you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. All right, thank you, Austin. Forrest, you're up.
Thank you. I'd like to propose the Anchorage Community Land Trust Commercial Kitchen Incubator. For those who've been out to Grow North Farms, and ACL2 is doing amazing work, particularly in refugee and underprivileged communities. Kitchens and restaurants are one of the primary paths for a lot of these communities into the business world. We've also had a number of people at our farmers markets. ACLT has been talking about this to us for years. And bringing us fairly detailed proposals. They have a lot of other funding in their stack, and so this is what I nominate. All in 10 seconds.
I support it. They, you highlighted refugee communities, but really this is a project that would support all aspiring entrepreneurs, regardless of background or where they're from. And the idea is that you don't necessarily have a kitchen space to do all the work you want to do. So this is like a community resource that any small restaurant, small business owner at the beginning could use.
So I'm going to be counter to our process of late, and I do have a concern that the ask that we have in that desired level might not be high enough and of their total project. So I would love to put this in at whatever level you suggest, but keep folks tuned up to the idea that if there are funds that we might go a little bit higher on the success of this project.
What's his list?
Their list was 4.25 total, but with a 650 commitment. And so, and I'm not saying we do it all by any means, but I just want to keep an open mind to where we land on this one.
I'm supportive of this. I would like to have more discussion about potentially combining. I know that this, there was some discussion about having it co-located in a place that would serve other, it's hard to say without specifics, but I think there's some additional potential. I would prefer it not to be like on the resolution. Are you wanting it on the resolution for approval Tuesday?
I thought that's what we were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're talking about that, ones that have concerns or further discussion are flagged, like the water ones, for further discussion, and the park ones not taken off, but not also being put forward on Tuesday.
I'll say I haven't heard in my discussion with ACLT the notion of co-locating with another organization. I'm certainly not opposed to it if there's some synergy to be had, but I would like to have, a baseline item for for ACLT on the resolution. And I think 650 is a good place to start.
And I would just add, they have a very long and proven track record of taking investments and turning them into gold.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, if people would please use their placards to indicate if they have concerns with this one moving ahead now.
No concerns, but further discussion.
All right, Pete, it is your turn.
Thank you, and the one I'm looking for, I didn't find it in these pages, but it's on the top of page 8, and I told Jamar Hill I was going to advocate for this, and it's the Mountain View Fieldhouse, he's calling it. In Spinard they have a rec center, Fairview they have a rec center, Mountain View does not have a rec center, Northeast Anchorage doesn't have a rec center, and so this is sort of a rec center type building that he wants to build, and it would be funded mostly through private donations. He's already raised some funds, and so I'm going to advocate for at least the minimum ask, which is $350,000. Thank you.
Any questions or concerns about $350,000 for Gamers Sports Travel Mountain View Fieldhouse?
So I would just add slightly different, it's not like a rec center per se, I think it's like a place where it's the only place for indoor baseball training in a neighborhood that's not one of the big domes that can be configured for that. So this project is intended to provide an asset to lower economic neighborhoods that are available in other neighborhoods.
Jamie, you had a question?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I just want to lend my support, and I'm 100% behind that. I think it's more than just one use; it's multiple uses. So I think that's a great project.
All right, if there's not any further discussion, would these folks please use their placards to indicate if they have any concern, including the Mountain View Fieldhouse at their sort of minimum requested funding amount of $350,000. Hey, we were cooking. That one was one of our quickest yet. I just heard Pete. Nobody had any questions after that description you gave. Felix, you're up.
All right, so my request is $500,000 for the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness.
Transformational.
They have, it will be, yes. So there are 3 requests that they have. I'm just proposing $500,000 for them to fund as much as they can of their 3 requests that they have. All 3 of them are very much system-based requests. So the $15 million is doing the work, but on top of doing the work, you also have to have the system set up so the work is successful. And so these 3 requests that they have in here, the HMIS, the Housing Transition Coordinator, and the System Improvement Administrator are all, I think, critical, especially in the next couple of years of housing work that we're going to be doing.
Did you have a funding amount that you said?
Yeah, I said $500K.
500.
And Kevin, did you have a question?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Any questions or concerns with $500,000 to the Coalition of Homelessness for across those 3 request areas that are in your, yes, Forrest?
This is less a concern and more a comment. I appreciate that taking one organization, it looks like there's about $700,000, maybe $800,000 worth of request here, and compressing it down to one for that organization. I appreciate that. There's a couple other opportunities I think we have to do that. And in general, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, I'm going to look to refund one of the project organizations and not the others. Oh, sorry, I was just saying, I like that they can, it's all one organization, combine it down into one request. I think there are several opportunities to do that on here. I'll support this.
Seeing no further discussion. Jamie, did you have a question or just wanted to express that you did have a concern?
I just have some concerns of how much money they keep receiving and what it's actually helping and going for. So just like ARPA now, it's open for discussion at a later date. Thank you, though.
Thank you. All right, in that case, seeing no further discussion, if folks would please use their placards to indicate if they have any concerns with $500,000 for the Coalition and Homelessness across those 3 requests. All right, Randy, you're second to last in this round, and then I think we're going to have time to do the fabled sub 100,000 round if we can make it really quick.
So real quick, and I probably expect opposition on this one, and it does belong to the project group, and it's a fairly good amount, but I'm going to go with the Youth Exploring Adventure shared electric replacement for $2.2 million. If you've been there, it's been transformational with the bike park that they added, the restaurant that they added, the outdoor seating, the Friday night music that if you haven't been, go. It's not the same old Hilltop. The challenge is that lift is 40 years old, and that lift is now, essentially its useful life is halved. It is now running the summer as well as the winter. It serves about 55,000 visitors the last winter alone, not including the summer, and 500,000 rides up the lift. It is ultimately at the end of the day, it reverts back to the community when the lease ends, so it's on the municipal operated park by nonprofit. Enough said.
And I'm sorry, Randy, what was the amount that you proposed for that?
2.2.
I'll just say that I think this one fits in that category of those recreational projects that we want to look at as a whole. I don't know that I support it or not. I do support the recreation areas, but I think that that's a better place to chat.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, please use your placard to indicate if you have concerns with including $2.2 million for Hilltop for life replacement. Okay, Daniel, you're last.
Man, it's getting more and more difficult to further read along. I'm torn between 2 right now. One of them I think doesn't have an immediate urgent impact, but I think could be very transformational, and that would be moving forward with the daylighting of Fish Creek. So Friends of Fish Creek project. I think that could be transformational. I think it would be huge for economic development. And in the long run, there's literally a downstream investment.
It's definitely 250.
Any questions or concerns with the Friends of Fish Creek?
With all these There aren't projects coming forward.
Oxford Forest with the rest of placards are still flipped over there, just FYI. Yeah, Chris.
I just think that this one also fits in that another category, not quite recreational projects, but one that we should have as a more broad conversation about investments in planning and development and those kind of concerns. I like the project, I just don't know that it rises up right now. So that's my only concern.
All right, seeing no further discussion, if folks please use their placard to indicate if they've got a concern with including this project.
All right, I'm gonna jump in for the lightning round. We're not even gonna discuss. You're just gonna present
Excuse
the
me.
project.
Can I do mix?
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot right on the.
I'm actually texting it.
Thank you.
And then while she's getting ready, can I make a suggestion on the lightning round since we're not going to talk? Can we do like, so we actually have a good list of 100K minus projects? Can we do like up to three projects each if we're ready for that? Since we're just doing one round.
Yeah, we can go quick.
I'm ready. I can go
I
quick.
don't have
Let's do it. What do we got on Meg's list?
Can he repeat what he just said, please?
Is that me?
No.
Oh, it's changed.
Jamie, what Felix recommended was that instead of doing just one small project that each person can name 2 or 3 that they support really quickly, as long as we can get through it in 10 minutes.
I can do that.
Okay, but let's get Meg's first, so we can get there.
I'm not hearing back from her, but there are 2 left that were not on there, because we got Rural Captive Bird Maintenance, Midtown District Plan, and Alaska Literacy Project. The other 2 she had listed were Providence Crisis Stabilization Workforce Development or Mountain View Health Services. My guess.
So
No, we didn't. We did
other
Crisis Now, not Stabilization Center as far as, this says Crisis Stabilization Workforce Development. Maybe we did get it. Great, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
So Mountain View Health Services it is. She says this clinic has provided significant benefit to a community where essential services are often not available. Expansion to continue to meet the need, especially after seeing the disproportionate effects of COVID on Anchorage residents, is a step toward addressing racial and economic disparities in our healthcare system.
And that's a request for 100,000.
Originally asked 660.
Oh,
And
600.
then somebody reduced it to 100.
Oh, okay.
Meg and another person had 100 on their list.
To make put it at 100.
Never mind that.
2 people put it at 100.
And then while you guys are sorting that part out, because I think whatever, we're going to determine to some extent amounts later anyway, right? If we do this lightning round, so we're going to run out of time. I would like to have a little time to talk about what our next steps are and what we're doing. Is there an AR coming? All that. So
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Well, I just was gonna note that the AR already was introduced, and we had the public hearing, that was closed, and so we might want to consider reopening or holding another one.
but it didn't have anything in it.
It didn't have anything in it, and so the S version would have, the table or the list.
But
of
it
these
would have
projects.
you and
Yep.
that's
projects.
my question. What
Yes.
would happen on Tuesday?
An S version would be introduced with a list of projects that we've agreed to here and the amount.
At what value?
At-
Because I don't think we have, right?
We have, as far, they'll probably, I assume there'll be some follow-up with the team, to individuals who had put forward those proposals. There have been notes, you're taking notes, I'm taking notes on those amounts that have been requested and on the spread here.
Orange is some difference. It's some difference. So I think the whole we just agreed to move them forward.
In the amount that was the averaging amount or the amount that was requested, sometimes we discussed a difference.
I think where we discuss the difference, we've been making note of that. If the
Okay.
proposer, for instance, proposed a particular amount, the way that Kevin did with the Chugach Trails. But in other instances, I think we've been defaulting to the average amount in the absence of having a discussion about it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just wondering if that's each time you ask that. Or you think we
wasn't
just
stated, but
Okay.
they'll probably have to be
there will likely need to be some follow-up on those amounts with individuals who spoke to them to make sure it's confirmed, or even circulating.
I think at the
the
beginning
draft.
there was some discussion of like, oh, we can figure the amounts out later, and maybe I messed that, maybe I'm wrong. So I just want to make sure. Go ahead, Felix.
Can we get through Meg's though, and then we can just go to the process,
That
talk
is
about
Meg's.
what next
We did
steps would be.
Okay, so we've got 100,000 proposed for Mountain View Health Services.
Questions or concerns
On that one or generally?
on that one?
Oh, that's what you mean if I go through Meg's.
Okay, then let's go ahead if you want to have, that you would have concern noted on that particular project with your placard. Otherwise, we will.
We don't need to move it to work session. Free form.
All right, Cameron, the lightning round.
Before we move to
Sorry, before we move to lightning round process discussion, my apologies.
And before we get to that, I have one project I want to talk about very briefly. It's an outlier on the list, and the reason it's there, and I think Jamie will back me up on this, is because it was funded in the previous batch, and somehow an administrative glitch happened between the transfer of administrations and they were dropped. And so it's the Prince Hall Grand Lodge Masons for $29,995. We funded $600,000 for all of the applicants that made applications. They made an application and got it in, and somehow their application was lost. And so I'm hoping the body will fund that one, separate from me having to add it to my list, because it literally, I have all the receipts to show that they were in. I sent it to Shooty and they got dropped. Jamie, you still there?
Yeah, I absolutely support that, Chris. You're 100% correct, and I hope the body would support it as well.
Yeah, so if this just clean up from the previous where something, I don't know exactly what happened, so. No, it's the Prince Hall, $29,995.
What is?
It's amazing. So it's like the Air Eagles, and remember we funded that small pool of funds.
You're not suggesting we just do something we did before that's not transformational?
No, what I'm suggesting is we drop the project, we got in there, and I have the records, and I just felt really bad because they're the one organization that they applied and they were qualified, and somehow they didn't get it. So. Sorry, now we can talk about that. Sorry to hijack that for a minute.
Well, so we can talk about process. If we want to push in the lightning round, we absolutely have to go over. So, noting, seeing concerns about that first. And okay, let's talk about process first and get this out of the way, and then we'll see if there's energy to do the lightning round that.
So I would say, I would go like say it's 100,000 less, or you're proposing 100,000 or less. So it could be a 200,000 project where you're asking for 100.
No, I think the question that Austin has is what is the process after this? What is it from here?
Bigger picture, okay.
But thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I will jump in. So it's hard for me to imagine how we're gonna have anything ready by Tuesday, unless there's like something going back to super timely and consensus support. I think there was only one of those that I remember, which is
I think
all of the other ones are super timely and okay.
I think that's what
I don't know. Well, I want to go through that and just make sure.
I don't know about timely, you're right.
I don't know that it has to be timely though for it to
They were consensus though.
Did we have consensus on amounts though? I don't remember that.
yeah, same.
So, one part of the process, I do think that my suggestion, and I'm going to talk to Felix about this afterwards, is to break out a smaller group to work on specifically the big priority one, because I'd like to sort of work on that a little bit and also designate it in a particular way. There's some factors around that are different than these other ones. So my suggestion is we pull that one out and handle that one and the things I'm thinking around in a different way. And so I don't have all that information right now, but my intention is to identify 2 other members and work on that piece of it and to bring a proposal forward on that.
Can I understand you're trying to do a more comprehensive job on that, so the intent is good. But I feel like we could do that with any project here and then isolate it and then make it its own thing. And that would really muddy this process. And it feels much like we did that fee thing at the beginning and we just keep postponing it because it feels inappropriate to try to consider that outside of the context of the others. So I'm not comfortable with that, I guess, from a process perspective, I think.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and I think that the intent for that funds is to have it go to another organization and not be distributed through the administration. And so I think there's a different method that needs to be done for that particular piece as well. So.
What? That's the same as always. Given to Thread, given to, I don't understand.
So the assembly is going to distribute those funds and manage those funds with all of these organizations?
No.
No, we're going to give it to the administration and they're going to grant it out.
That's Portia's job.
So I think this is probably a conversation that we can have offline. Yeah.
Okay.
But can I ask, I'm worried that the conversation happening offline means you all bring something and then put pressure on us to pass it when we're promising not to do that with other items, and I just don't feel comfortable.
The comment you made earlier about the funding going to, for instance, the Alaska Community Foundation, but not needing the approval of the administration in order to distribute it, we wouldn't be doing that with all of these other funds. It's gonna, that in my mind is going to require a little bit more detail in terms of how that funding is going to be distributed and what strings are attached to it.
So you're not proposing bringing its own AR for that amount of money on it separately. You're just proposing laying out a process for how the money would go, because that's
Can
the
I
part.
interject?
Yeah.
So I think there's a way to do both, right? So I think we can lay out a process, but have it included in the AR, because as folks may remember, the AR is in like 50 different sections, right? And one of the sections will be the $15 million. If we lay out the process within that one section for the $15 million, so this is how that money should be spent, I think it achieves your goal without having to do a separate AR.
Yeah, I think my issue with the separate AR is when you do that and you focus on one project ahead of these hundreds of others, that becomes the priority, and it's inherently easier for that to get passed. And I think that's unfair to the other priorities that other people have raised, because we could do that all too, and it would be really cumbersome, not efficient, and it just feels unfair.
All I can say is I love serving with a bunch of strong-willed people.
Are there other questions about process are there other process questions that need to be answered?
Kevin.
Oh, Kevin?
Yeah, I kind of like the format we were doing. I like doing around people present their project they felt was most important to be discussed, and then we kind of vote on. The only thing I would improve it'd be really nice to see those things that are favorable, how much that's diminishing the pool, so we can see as we slide these into the positive scale what's left. So we can see if we're getting down towards the bottom of the funds available. But I think if we all do our homework kind of research and then we bring up our best projects, then those will float to the top, and unfortunately we can't fund it. So kind of like the way the process is going. If you got anything to be approved of, I thought it would be efficient for attacking our big goals. Thank you.
I'll add that we have a choice. We can rush to move something Tuesday to get some things out there, which is there are reasons. Or we wait another meeting and we do this again. I would suggest, even though this process might not be the most prudent way to do it, it's working, that we just continue where we left off and keep going around until we've gone around and we're done and fall off the merry-go-round. And that's one way as well, is just hold everything until the next meeting and just reiterate what we just did. So I could go either way.
Maybe we could do all of this week today.
So just wanted to note that it's 3 p.m., but it's a work session, so we don't need a motion to extend. We can just keep going. And then to your initial point, Austin, I just wanted to reiterate that my thinking with this was that the team would take the list, and the person who brought forward the item, there might need to be some verification in terms of the funding. Those amounts that seemed to be agreed upon, I've been documenting. I know the others have been documenting as well, but there would be some verification to make sure that was captured accurately. And whether or not that gets moved on Tuesday, I mean, obviously that's up to the body.
So I guess just to clarify, so on Tuesday, we're probably going to have a smallish list of what, 20, 30, well, no, I think it's 15, what, 30, 40 million, and then the rest we'll do later. This is just, yeah.
Yeah, that would be my expectation, Felix, because there were not that many projects today that didn't have any concerns raised. And whether or not some of those can be worked out before, like the big one, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to the point you raised about that with, you know, the process that was agreed upon facilitation for releasing the funds. But yeah, I think it would be a fairly short list for an initial appropriation.
Shelley,
Can I-
it's Larry, you added an extra 0.
So if the process to not bring something on Tuesday was to turn over your blue card and show that there are concerns, I would have done that for the 15 million. So I just want to make it clear that I don't think that there is anything that we're like, there's not a couple projects on that list today that are okay to go forward on their own and have the advantage. That doesn't feel, it's not equitable, it's just not. It's like certain people's projects are moving forward and other people's aren't. So I think the way we need to do it is we need to get enough information to put all of the things we all put on that list and plan to bring that on Tuesday, or we need to wait and get a little more information and then put all of them on there. It just, yeah.
Given on next Tuesday's meeting, we need to turn it in like by 3 hours ago or lay it on the table, and I just think that feels too rushed for what all of you have told us about what you want out of the process. So I think the staff, we do some work and research, and some of the members do research on your issues, and then maybe we send out this document that we've been taking on so some of you can look at it and think about it too. And then over the next couple of weeks, it might become more clear what projects have the definite support and can go forward. I just recommend not rushing it, because I think a lot of you wanted to slow it down anyhow and are okay taking it to August. Or, no.
Maybe a less.
So next is managing the queue.
Go ahead, Susan.
Who's made the
Oh,
change?
I guess go ahead and for us. I don't know if you guys are, I don't know if you're still managing the queue.
There are a number of projects in here that I am comfortable waiting until the second meeting in July or even until August. But we have a crisis in Centennial Campground right now with, I've heard reports of 170 to 180 people there. And I think we're going to need to use a portion of this money to alleviate the humanitarian crisis that Dave Bronson has created in Northeast Anchorage. And if that means we vote on some portion of funds on Tuesday, then I think we should do it. And whether if it's the $15 million, then I support that $15 million. To the degree to which the administration, who doesn't appear to be here, but if they are listening to our deliberations, because we are the appropriating body, I would urge you to bring funding on Tuesday to alleviate this crisis, and not a resolution to extend the largest homeless facility in Anchorage at an unsheltered campground in Milton.
Just really what they're planning.
I guess since no start, I would just put a pitch in for maybe, could we meet again next week or very early the following week and put together, I mean, I don't think 2 weeks is going to make the difference on buying a large real estate deal. That's not how those work. And so I don't think that it would be a problem to consider all of these, like put some pressure on all of us who put forward our projects and try to get more information and more to bring forward this whole package of everything we just talked about. Because I like the way that, there's some of it on there that
I mean, personally, like baseball, it's like, that's not really my top priority, but if it's really important to a couple members, I'm gonna be able to make those compromises. And I feel like when we start picking projects out, the compromise goes away. It just turns into a different process. And so I would really like us to all commit to working hard over the next 2 weeks and being ready at the end of July to vote on a package that's all of our top priorities.
And I'll be traveling a good portion of next week, the 14th to the 18th. And we haven't gone far enough for me to say all of the projects that I want to see supported or gone through even to the orange. There's one project Suzanne and I were just talking about, which is the Partners for Progress. And we previously talked about the pillars, but then we took them off and none of them are on there. And so there's, I think, a substantial number of rounds for us to go through still before we get to the point where we have everything ready. And so I don't know how we get to this emergency funding for a response to the camps in Centennial Park unless we come up with a separate appropriation vehicle. It could be the funding source, which just reduces the amount available here, if that is what we decide to do. But I think all in one is the fairest way.
I think I agree with Austin. I kind of like the idea of kind of great is the enemy of good. I don't think we're going to get to a whole $52 million package we're going to get out the door, but maybe several ARs that'll handle, kind of the initial wave we all agree upon, solving some of the crises, and then maybe a second round, and maybe even a third or fourth round, as we have more time to debate the projects that we have more concerns on or less agreement on, where it gets harder. I think we just need to start rolling things out.
That's okay.
No. We good with moving on?
I will hopefully have a little bit more information to share with the body in a second, but I'm good with moving on.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the streaming has stopped?
Yeah.
Is that working on? Okay.
I guess I would ask, I don't really see the utility, we've already gone 10 minutes over, in extending this just to work on something that may or may not be in on. I guess I'm having a hard time with maybe we should focus more energy on planning the next session and making it a big chunk and then going through all these, although I guess I could be here till 3:30 if people really want to.
And then I do have a little bit of information on timeliness factors for the $15 million. So the guest house, that's $3.4 million of that $15 million, and that cash in hand needs to be available by the end of August. So there's a little bit of lead time there. And then on the rest of the money to acquire a separate hotel totally, that the negotiation for a purchase sale agreement could be done within a few weeks, assuming an owner would be amenable to a quick negotiation.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, I feel like I'm talking too much, but I'm trying to figure this out. So with the guest house, was there money originally set aside for it, and where did it go? Because I'd actually be fine if that's something we've all in the past supported. That feels like an exception to that really needs money. It's a project we've all supported that would potentially help with this crisis, maybe peeling that off. But I just don't want to do a bunch of new stuff outside of the process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I don't have the entire funding stack in front of me, but let me see if I can get that for you.
Yeah, and I would just add to that that the guest house is a project that's been being discussed and worked on for a long time, and there was a commitment by the administration in January to provide $3.4 million that we all heard that commitment being made. We heard again at a meeting last week that commitment is being made, and that has been delayed and delayed and delayed to the point that no longer is it possible for them to get that money in time, even if they could get that money. So that is a commitment that they are not able to follow through with, which puts that project in jeopardy, and the owner is looking at alternatives at this point. So it's pretty vital that we step in in place of the administration and provide that funding to ensure that that project moves forward.
And the closing date is 8:30 for that deal, right? And so funds need to be in hand and ready to go before 8:30, which gets to the direct point. The administration came up with funds that they proposed that aren't available until the end of the year, beginning of the year.
If they're available at all.
If at all, and that means 200 people on the streets otherwise.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be dense, and maybe it's me being sort of in and out over the last month, but so they promised money that was never able to be used on that timeline. They just didn't understand the timeline? Or where did the money go?
Hard to speak to
There's a lot more to that conversation, but there's but essentially, yeah, that money was committed by the administration, and they are not able to follow through with that.
Okay, and just before going to Randy, I would just throw out, we could peel that off and use it if that's desperate. I think that's a different situation than some of the other stuff. What about what's left of 2021 alcohol tax funds, and could we use that? But just throwing it out there.
And next is Forrest and then Randy.
I think my question was answered, but just, I'm sorry that we're stuck on this, but I'm really curious about it for Cameron and Felix. I thought we had set aside so we had appropriated 6.5 million or what have you, which 2 million was to go to this project. Are you saying this is 3.4 in addition to that 2 that they promised and didn't come through, or they didn't use the $2 million for that purpose?
So I'm happy to answer that. So there's $3.9 million.
Okay.
There's $3.9 million on hand for the guest house. 1.2 million was from the original 6 million, and then I believe the rest is from philanthropy. So there was an additional 3.4 million, which Cam already talked about, which the administration had committed to finalize the funding side, but that never came.
I guess I'm sorry, I have to ask a follow-up. What does it mean, the administration promised money that never came? We're the ones that set the budget. We're the ones that provide this kind of money. How did they commit money that we were never?
Yeah, so it's home art fund. So that requires an amendment to our CDBG. Yeah, and so the administration committed in January, February timeframe that they would start the process to amend our comprehensive plan so that we would eventually go to the assembly for approval of those 3.4 million. But it's a lead time of several months before it gets to the assembly. The administration somehow magically forgot, or whatever happened from the administration side, and so that process never started to get that month's lead time for the 3.4 million to come to the assembly. And we pushed them for months and months, and I don't even know if they've actually started it yet.
Okay, we'll go to Randy.
Someone's got to clean up the mess.
Well, I'll just suggest maybe split the guest house off of this project, so maybe a little more palatable.
The what?
He's saying split it.
Thanks, Randy. And so, okay, so I'm hearing from some members that they would like more time. I'm hearing from some other members that maybe a partial resolution with guest house money comes forward, which is kind of what was the part of the intent of trying to leave here with a short list of projects to identify any such as that which are time consuming. I will also be traveling and unavailable, so Chris, I guess you'll be taking it from here. I still think that we are, next week in and out. I'll be available somewhat next week, but Scout Camp following week, definitely offline. I still think we should move forward with, as you mentioned, Claire, preparing that list and circulating it to members. And it may or may not be laid on the table. Sounds like probably not, but at least getting that out and having that available to do further work, I think there's a lot of information here. And I don't know, how many did we end up, do you know how many we ended up with full consensus and no concerns raised?
Well, we weren't quite sure about the number on a couple of them, but if we went with full funding on some of the ones that you said, yes, we have about, I think, 27 million of stuff that has broad support, and then 21 million that's on the table for questions.
Can I just say that I didn't intentionally put my card down a lot because I felt like we were doing this, I don't know. It's like, I don't want that to come and bite me, like, oh, I didn't put that on some of the things that I didn't think were a priority, because I felt like we were trying to do this consensus list. So, anyway, for what it's worth. But it sounds like between those two camps, that's like $48 million or something. And that's basically the money right there. So my feeling would be maybe that's our list, and then we use the rest, and we massage it, but we're kind of there, and then we use the rest to do some smaller stuff.
That's not, because there's so many more projects to go through.
Okay, so it sounds like.
But we picked our top, I mean, how else do we do it?
So can we just do a poll as to who wants to just continue doing what we're doing? I mean, with this work session, not today, but just in, not necessarily this moment.
Do you mean continue and not do an AR of any sort? Or
No,
what do
we're
you mean?
going to do an AR. I mean, we have an AR introduced, and we will do, whether it's an amendment or an S version, we'll get there, whether or not it's Tuesday. But I mean, is the preference then to continue next week, as Austin suggested, and have another work session and just continue going through the list? Is that everybody's preference?
I can, yeah. It doesn't have to be next week. I was just suggesting keep it. Yeah.
With the exception that there may be, there's a changing situation, a dynamic situation occurring, which may require the body to consider appropriating a specific amount to that. And I know Pete and Felix wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was thinking if we could do the lightning round for the items under 100,000, if we came up with like 30 items, that would get us right up close to the 50 million. So I thought that lightning idea was a good idea. Thanks.
So I do think the lightning round is a good idea to at least get us started for when we eventually have that conversation.
So can we do a quick lightning round and then, no, you can't?
It's just like we're
I
20
think
minutes
you
over.
could do the lightning round in email and just have them all sent. Each person can just email you, and you can add that to the list. I feel like the quality of what's happening right now is diminished greatly, and your time is valuable.
I think we could have done it in the course of this last conversation, like 5 lightning rounds, but.
But we needed to have that I mean, the process is so important.
Yeah, I need a conversation on this lightning round question, but anyway.
Just another comment, like this argument that, well, we have $50 million of projects selected, let's just do some tidying around the corners and call it, is not where I'm at all, because there are so many projects in here that they might not have been my first or second priority, but they might be my third or fourth or fifth. And then we come to the part of the conversation where we analyze the amounts and we settle in on the final list. If we're going to go from what we've done today to appropriate $52 million, we failed, because there's so much more to be dealt with in this list.
Go ahead, Claire.
I'm looking around the room, I think people are looking a little tired right now, but I just want to say that staff are really happy with where we've tried today. You've made so much progress, and your discussion on items has given us a lot of data to track. And so I think once we clean this up and send it back out to you, I think it should really. I just think I think we're a lot further along today than we were yesterday, and I think the data we collected and we'll give to you will help clarify some things and maybe crystallize it that we can't see now because we're all so tired. And I mean, maybe this one item does seem to need to be a rush, but we've got assembly meetings at the end of the month and in August to work on this too.
Thanks, Claire. And I heard from some folks on the phone they want to keep the discussion up as well. So then let's go ahead and plan on another work session. And Christy, we need to coordinate with them on that. I think we need to wrap up then. And going back to the facilitators, and thanks to everyone for being here today. Did you have any final comments on this week? I'm afraid to ask the members if they have final comments.
Thank you guys for your patience. I think that, we came in with a sort of compromise approach that was attempting to just hybridize a bunch of people's different individual requests out of what they wanted from the process, and we flexed it as we were going through. And so I appreciate you guys being game to stick with it. And I want to emphasize what Claire said. I think we got a ton of good information today. And I think that when you look back at this list, you'll start to get a real picture of this is where the support lies, and this is how much money that's taking up, and this is about how much the sort of remaining universe is, and here's the list of projects that we haven't really considered. So I hope that this gives you guys an opportunity to focus in before the next meeting and come back really ready to sort of make a final call. Thank you.
Thanks, Drew.
Thank
Any comments?
No.
Okay. All right, well, with that, you have a comment, Chris?
Yeah, so just as a note for scheduling tomorrow, the administration has requested that we cancel the work session on ACDA debt. And so wherever that fits in your calendar, you
I think it's 11:50.
don't have to attend that.
Great.
So just be noted today,
Is that what we're showing?
yeah, is that that meeting will be canceled and you can not show up.
Great.
You've gained an hour back to your life.
So we have work session from 1 to 3:10 tomorrow.
Thanks for that, Chris. And if there are no other final comments, then thank you all for being here today, especially thanks to the facilitators and the staff. And with that, we are adjourned.